Can I?
Should, am I blurry? Is that? No, I'm not blurry anymore. Okay. So we're good? Okay. So welcome back to everybody in the room. Welcome back to everybody on Zoom. My name is Erica Litzen. I'm a professor here at Mizzou. I teach food law, among other things, which I suppose is why I'm here. This panel, the title for this panel is Rethinking Personal Consumption and Access. And we have three speakers, and I'm going to follow a slightly different approach to my introductions than the prior moderator did. I'm going to introduce each one before she speaks, just because I personally have trouble remembering information long enough to retain a bio for 45 minutes. I'm just going to assume that everyone else has the same issue or somebody else does. So we're going to start with a Zoom presentation. She'll come on in a second, from Bita Amani. She is a professor. She's our international representative here. She's a professor, associate professor at the Faculty of Law at Queen's University in Kingston, Canada. She's also co-director of feminist legal studies there. She also teaches in part in Toronto as an adjunct faculty member in a law school in Toronto. She focuses on intellectual property, information privacy, feminist legal studies, and right now I think it looks like is focusing a great deal on intellectual property and food law and governance. So I'm going to leave it at that and allow some magic to happen here so that she can speak. Oh, she's muted. She doesn't realize she's muted.
Professor Amani, I believe you're muted.
Okay, good. Still 2 years in.
Good.
Unbelievable. Thank you. All right. Thank you for the introduction and thank you for having me here. I'd really like to extend my deepest appreciation to Tyler, Renan, and the entire team for organizing a fantastic conference. And it's already been quite enjoyable with the first panel and I'm quite grateful to Professor Emeritus Ickard for his presentation on a more fulsome cost analysis or cost consequence analysis of our food choices, which I'll be, I think, just filling in a bit more in terms of some gender dynamics of that. But also I'm going to pick up Professor Wetnick's invitation to dream big. And so we just to note that, we operate in systems of hierarchies, but at the end of the day, we are all made of the same things and reduced to the same pile of dirt. So this presentation, I'll just start off with just by saying additionally that I am joining you actually from what is known as Toronto, Canada. It's the Dish with One Spoon territory. The Dish with One Spoon is a treaty between the Anishinaabe, the Mississaugas and Haudenosaunee that bound them to share the territory and protect the land. Subsequent Indigenous nations and peoples, Europeans and all newcomers have been invited into this treaty in the spirit of peace, friendship, and respect. Toronto is the traditional territory of many Indigenous nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and now home to many diverse First Nations and Inuit and Métis people. The city is covered by Treaty 13, signed with the Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Williams Treaty, signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. And I want to thank the land and the ancestral holders and the stewards of the land and all of its inhabitants for sharing this space with me, where I get to live, work, and play as an immigrant who has the privilege to call this land my home. So this the paper is, or a project is a build on of previous work, 2 pieces. One was called Eat This, Gender Inequality, Culture and the Politics of Food, that I presented at an event. And another was called Consuming DNA as Chemicals and Chemicals as Food, which looked at the ideas in patent law for patentability of life and try to cohere that with novel food regulations in Canada. In presenting one of those works, I was asked that if you're a feminist, do you not necessarily need to be a vegan? And of course, the response to that is a very culturally imposed lens of what feminism is, but also with respect to its implications on cultural food and appropriate food. Many people, the majority of the world relies on plant food for sustenance. Many people have climate and conditions that are more amenable to other forms of food, including fish, seal, and other such animal proteins. And so the idea then really was to, as I thought about the question a little bit more, I thought about, well, what if we started with the premise that we are all food? If we are all food, then we might reimagine the consumption and consumptive practices to be more equitable, more compassionate, more loving to each other and the earth. And from that, I picked up Adrienne Rich's famous statement of all human life on the planet is born of women. She's a feminist scholar and poet. And to that, I added, we are all born consuming the mother. Life begins in relation and consumption and cannibalization. And so maybe we should start there with the idea that we're all food and think about the need for homeostasis and equilibria and equilibriums to be sustained in our consumption and waste practices. Last week, as co-director, we hosted our own International Women's Day event with a keynote address by Dr. Beverly Jacobs, which referenced woman is the first environment. And here she picked up the statement from Katsy Cook, a Mohawk midwife director of the Iwarakowas program of Running Strong for American Indian Youth and a columnist for Indian Country Today. And one of the Mohawk terms for midwife means she's pulling the baby out of the earth, according to Cook, who's written on the subject. So the question then that gives rise to is how might we protect the mother better, and including the earth, with whom, in reference to which we use mother metaphors, by reconceptualizing the self as a legal subject of the law, an embedded nested object in relation to others that are similarly situated. And so the purpose here was really to reimagine the bounded self central to law as porous, as relational, and so rethink innovation and sustainability in consuming the mother, so the mother and the other, and thereby transcend the limits of individualized conceptions of the self to see the discourse of progress into the womb of care and development. And in doing so, perhaps reduce environmental violence, improve and advance environmental and distributional equities, food justice, and more equitable relations in general in terms of consumptive and waste practices. Canada is additionally signatory to the Convention on all forms of elimination of discrimination against women and the International Covenant of Social and Economic Cultural Rights. We've endorsed the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. We've passed the UNDRIP Act as well federally. There's obligations for gender-based analyses plus, as well as for food and environmental governance and additional laws and policies. And so how might we reimagine these? And we've already, I think, been given a great head start with the first panel, and particularly Professor Ickart's recommendations of doing things a little bit differently and expand food law and food law policies beyond their traditional scope, national scope. And this is in the context of the 17 SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals for the UN, that support the UN pledge, the 2030 pledge of leaving no one behind and seeking to reach the furthest behind first. And the project addresses a number of different goals, including gender equality, of course, but also climate action and decent work and economic growth and so forth. Okay, so Canada's been in pursuit of, food law is only becoming a thing relatively recently in Canada relative to the US. You're far more advanced in terms of this thing called food law. But Canada is also, both in the academy, but also in terms of governmentality, it has really been advancing national food policy, but it is a national food policy within a plurinational national state, as we have many Indigenous communities who are sovereign nations within within the same geopolitical areas effectively. Olivier de Schutter, the special rapporteur on the right to food and the mission to Canada, reported back that historically Indigenous peoples have had their own food systems, relying on traditional knowledge of hunting, fishing, trapping, and gathering. Approximately 85% of First Nation adults sometimes or often had someone who shared traditional food, also known as country food, in their household. A study involving Inuit adults found that diets contain significantly more vitamins A, D, and E, B6, riboflavin, iron, zinc, potassium, and selenium, among others, on days when country food was consumed. Many Aboriginal communities expressed concerns regarding federal government policies that have disrupted and, in some cases, devastated the traditional practices of Indigenous people, including through control over land, natural resources. Access to country foods represents more than increased nutrition and physical accessibility. It also has significant cultural importance, and that ongoing land claims across the country have implications for the right to food and access to country foods among Aboriginal Canadians. So really, I'd like to inject some relational conceptions which operate consistently through Indigenous cosmologies of knowing and being in community with others. These are very much ecosystem focused and ecosystem management focused, and they foster cultures of community and care there, and generate dialectic cultural practices, both in terms of traditional knowledge of plant genetic resources that may be culturally adapted to the environments, as well as traditional cultural expressions. So the government of Canada, this is a heavy, dense slide. I'm not going to go through all of it, but just to get a sense, the government of Canada, this is on the website, has some priority outcomes listed, including vibrant communities, increased connections with food systems, improved food-related health outcomes, which relate to food being a key determinant of health and safe and nutritious food, maintaining a healthy diet, including one that is culturally diverse as being significant to reducing the burden of diet-related diseases. Also strong Indigenous food systems being a focus of priority, to be co-developed in partnership with Indigenous communities and organizations, and to advance the government's commitment to reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. This is following a Truth and Reconciliation Commission or substantial findings. And to promote sustainable food practices that reduce environmental impact and that improve the climate resilience of the Canadian food system. That's essential to maintaining good health as well as natural resources, as well as an inclusive economic growth priority, focusing on Canada's food system as an area for growth and expansion for high quality food that is nutritious and sustainably produced. So with that, then we undertake this discussion of this concept of the relational self, which is a little bit different from we might say the relational feminist self. That's a little bit different than the masculinized atomistic conception of the individual self, so central to liberalism and the law. And here's a good place to start. This was an interesting article in Scientific American regarding microchimerism as being persistently present in the sample of the brain samples of deceased women between the ages of 32 and 101. And I think 63% had shown that they in fact had both cells and DNA containing the male chromosome that was circulating in women's blood, but also in their brain cells. And since these cells are genetically male, they could not have been the woman's own, but most likely came from their babies during gestation. In referencing the underlying study, which was undertaken by a Canadian professor from the University of Alberta, it was found that scientists observed that microchimeric cells are not only found circulating in the blood, they're also embedded in the brain. And as I mentioned, I think some 63% were found to have it. Since Alzheimer's disease is more common in women who've had multiple pregnancies, they suspected that the number of fetal cells would be greater in women with Alzheimer's disease compared to those who had no evidence for the neurological disease, but the results were in fact opposite. And so this is an area in need of further research as to why, since the reasons are unclear. Microchimerism most commonly results from the exchange of cells across the placenta during pregnancy. However, there's also evidence that cells may be transferred from mother to infant through nursing. In addition to exchange between mother and fetus, there may be exchanges of cells between twins in utero, and there's also the possibility that cells from an older sibling residing in the mother may find their way back across the placenta to a younger sibling during the latter's gestation. Women may have microchimeric cells both from their mother as well as from their own pregnancies, and there's even evidence for competition between cells from grandmother and infant within the mother, end of quote. So in this article, they have a nice visual here so that you can just see it quickly at a glance that the fetal cells that have been present in maternal organs and the maternal cells that are present in fetal organs. And so, of course, with expanded technologies and reproductive technologies and the capacity to have different sources of DNA and even transplants of mRNA, you can see the implications of this as well. But effectively, in short, there is some male colonizing of the female body and mind and some bidirectional flow and DNA swaps that have been known to occurring. But this is not simply in relation to humans, it also occurs in relation to others, if we may call it that. So we've seen with COVID how a virus exposed the myth of rugged individualism. And of course, this is now going back to another paper of mine, Biopatenting and Industrial Policy Discourse, Decoding the Message of Biomedia and the Limits of Agents and Audiences, wherein I cite Donna Haraway's work about immunity being discursive. The body is not passive audience, but essential to the performance of the microbe. Moreover, the genetics of the immune system cells with their high rates of somatic mutation and gene product splicing and rearrangings to make finished surface receptors and antibodies makes a mockery of the notion of a constant genome, even within one body. The hierarchical body of old has given way to a network body of amazing complexity and specificity, says Haraway. So in my words, the body produces not only networks of value, but also networks of meaning. Yet invention in biotechnology remains, according to the law, a singular deliberative act unless confronted with a law of nature as iterated and conceived by the laws of man. Entitled as an explicit ground for invalidity is not assessed in patent law. Still, our composition in capacity for agency then is due to the active decomposition of many invisible agents performing within us. One of the areas that Professor Ickert had not mentioned was intellectual property rights. And of course, those are a huge driver in the nature of the innovations and inventions that are producted for industrial agriculture and consumable goods. So using contemporary immune system discourse, Haraway examines what counts as self and an actor in a context where images of war and defense against invasions are dominant metaphors. The immune system has a vast array of circulating acellular products. These molecules mediate communication among components of the immune system, but also between the immune system and the nervous and endocrine systems, thus linking the body's multiple control and coordination sites and functions. And so, of course, then we can think about still on the issue of permeable boundaries and porous selves and the functioning and hosting of consuming others and within our own edible ecosystem. We often think about gut microbes. And so there's a lot of research with gut microbes, the significance of prebiotics and postbiotics. There's a class action with respect to biotics as well. So we see, though, in this article, researchers identified an enzyme in gut bacteria that releases an inflammation causing carbohydrate from meat, and preventing this carbohydrate from entering the body's tissue would potentially reduce the risk of diseases associated with eating red meat. And so diet can alter the trillions of microbes living in the gut. These bacteria, fungi, and viruses are known collectively as the gut microbiome, and research has shown that changes to the gut microbiome may contribute to obesity, diabetes, and cancer. And of course, the World Health Organization has classified red meats as group 2A, probably carcinogenic to humans. What does that mean? And so if you're interested, I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but you can look at the various classifications regarding red meats, processed meats, group 1, carcinogenic to humans, and then processed meat. The implication, its classification is analogous to tobacco and so forth. So when we talk then regarding microbiomes, there is this move in terms of this sort of future based personalized, as everything is moving to personalization, from personalized medicine to personalized diets, this focus on the potential for microbiome based diets. And those questions still remain and are under investigation. And the questions are, can these eating plans change a person's gut bacteria? Again, this is from an article, Charles Wallace, Dietary Advice Based on the Bacteria in Your Gut, published in the Wall Street Journal. Do people need to measure how much it has changed? And then quoting Dr. Knight, the right diet might change over time, in fact, as the bacteria change. Well, given these, then we can understand maybe the idea of culturally appropriate foods also being tied to microbiomes and what's already present in the gut. Influence of diet on the gut microbiome and implications for human health, yet further studies that just to show you that there's lots going on. So if we then look at these examples, we can think about the nesting and mother metaphors and embeddedness and this idea that we are all relational beings, and this sort of this concept of the bounded self is somewhat illusory, yet dominantly operating in the law. But it also helps us think about the nature of our consumption and waste practices in consuming not just the mother, literally, but the mother as in others and Mother Earth in terms of vibrant matter and metaphorically, but not really just metaphorically, right? Because there's this research, and this is another Canadian professor, Susan Simmert from the University of British Columbia, significant research on mother trees, and the finding that mother trees are intelligent, they learn and they remember, and they need our help to survive. This work was really foundational, and additional subsequent additional works and publications, including a book called The Secret Life of Plants, which was a New York Times bestseller. In the particular, again, this is a Scientific American article. In this Scientific American article, she is in fact interviewed and quoted as saying the following: studies showing biodiversity leads to stability, it leads to resilience. It's easy to see why. Species collaborate. It's a synergistic system. One plant has a high photosynthetic capacity, and it fuels all these soil bacteria that fix nitrogen. And then there's this other deep-rooted plant, and it goes down and brings up water and so forth. And then she also talks about how we now know that we ourselves are consortiums of species that evolve together. And this is something that Aboriginal cultures have long known in terms of linkages and ecosystems. So again, really back to the point about the significance, if thinking about agriculture and the future of food, of agroecological approaches. And she also goes on to say that the memory of past events is stored in the tree rings and in DNA of the seeds. The width and density of the tree rings, as well as the natural abundance of certain isotopes, holds the memories of growing conditions of previous years, such as whether it was a wet or dry year, whether there were nearby trees, whether they had blown over, creating more space for the trees to grow faster. In the seeds, the DNA evolves through mutations as well as epigenetics, reflecting genetic adaptations to changing environmental conditions. Mother trees are the biggest, oldest trees in the forest. They are the glue that holds the forest together. They have the genes from previous climates. They're homes to so many creatures, so much biodiversity, and their huge photosynthetic capacity. Through that, they provide food for the whole soil web of life. They keep carbon, so they're important for carbon sequestering. They keep carbon in the soil and above ground, and they keep the water flowing. These ancient trees help forests recover from disturbances, and we can't afford to lose them. So her research, and she has a book on the mother tree as well that's been subsequently published, and her research really is focused on as well that sort of this, again, a co-collaboration, co-communication, reciprocity, whereby fungi on the roots communicates and important information to other roots, and there is also this sort of a broader sense of community and a network of a webbed network of roots, effectively. And of course, trees are incredibly significant for mitigating against the harms of climate change. And this particular article, in a two-way process, climate change is one of the main drivers of biodiversity loss. But of course, destruction of ecosystems undermines nature's ability to regulate greenhouse gases and protect against extreme weather, accelerating climate change. and also increasing our vulnerability to it. So these crises have to actually be tackled together and simultaneously. But we have instead focused not on these historical relationships of significance, and women again in these stories hold a higher place than their current demotion in science and tech labs and STEMs and in a corporate world on boards and so forth, notwithstanding the fact that women have long enjoyed a meaningful relationship with plants and the earth as stewards of genetic resources, as holders of traditional knowledge. Many of their inventive capacities have been part of their unpaid reproductive labor that has gone into the landscapes of men's productive and paid capacities. There's a fantastic book by Robin Wall Kimmerer, Gathering Moss, which is also an award-winning, it's a winner of the John Burroughs Medal Award for Natural History Writing, but documenting how moss, for example, has been used or in various indigenous communities for all sorts of things, from being put into the inserted into shoes for warmth and maintaining a degree of dryness, insulation effectively, to being used with respect to children and to absorb urine and other like things instead of diapers. And so the broad, rich histories present of using natural matter in adaptive ways, which have been innovative, of course, but these are not necessarily inventions per se, in part because of what intellectual property rights prioritizes as so-called inventions. These are not apolitical. They have regulatory conditions precedent, prescriptions. In copyright, one may be an author in fact and not an author in law. In that space, we see, for examples, architectural works and so forth are given, so traditionally male-dominated fields like sculpture, etchings, architectural works are given automatic copyright protection, whereas artistic works have to meet an aesthetic standard of artisticness and works of artistic craftsmanship, that is. So women's crafts, for example, would fall into that. And so similarly, food and food production and so forth has historically been lacking such protection. Geographic indications, if we place more emphasis on terroir and the meaning of connections of goods related to land in the intellectual property rights scheme of things, or certification marks for goods made in line with particular methods that are tied to the land or so forth, then perhaps we'd value things a little bit differently. If we place more value on traditional knowledge and value that, you might place things a little bit differently. So I know I'm running out of time, so I'm going to just skip ahead a little bit, but these are intellectual property rights really then drive the conversation. And then we see development of terminator technology that restricts the ability of plants to self-propagate beyond a single generation and challenges the historical right of farmers to save seed. It's a technological intervention. Of course, then there's the genetic use restriction technologies that are advanced in that regard. There's also contractual limitations, which are legal arrangements that inhibit end users from, in fact, using seeds for regrowth. And even though in Canada, higher life in the Harvard mouse case was found not to be patentable. So in Canada, unlike the US, we do not provide patents on plant and animal life. We do provide patents on lower life. And in a subsequent case, because we're pretty well against the flow of the international community on patentability of higher life, in the Monsanto case in 2004, the court basically said that notwithstanding that higher life is not patentable, any embodiment of patentable things like plasmids or genetically modified cells, if it's embodied, then the reproduction of that embodiment here, a plant, would would count as an infringing use and be in fact actionable, even if glyphosate wasn't sprayed, as it wasn't in that case by the farmer. The court said there's standby utility, you could always spray. So we see then what has been long known, Welsh and McRae said profits come from value-added products, not from sale of raw or minimally processed commodities typically. Women are confronted by biotech in complex ways as source material for patentable inventions for which they must pay to realize therapeutic benefits, as targeted consumers of biotech marketing. So GM folate-enriched tomatoes with 7 times the level of folate. We don't know what's the level of folate that's safe, of course, for consumption, but there you have it. And of course, to prevent neural tube defects, as conduits of gestational and fetal inoculation with edible vaccines for fetal inoculation through placenta barrier or breast milk transmission, as exploited laborers with limited access to the processes or services to improve their disparate work conditions. So there's different body burdens given higher body fat percentages in women, and that's where toxins are stored. There's agrochemical applications. Women are disproportionately responsible for agrochemical applications worldwide. And so I'm going to skip this, but I have a book chapter called Consuming DNA as Chemicals and Chemicals as Food that looks at chemicals and the implications of chemicals as being potentially dose dependent, and arguing that novel food should be regulated in terms of mandatory chemical labeling, because if it's chemical difference that has allowed their patentability, then there should be public policy coherence for their commercializability on saying that that it's the chemical difference that matters. Rather than the substantial equivalence, which is the metrics used from regulators in Health Canada. So moving forward in terms of the future of food with CRISPR-Cas9, we see again new breeding techniques and patent disputes. But again, the idea here is genetic manipulation resulting in foods such as mushrooms and potatoes or apples that don't brown. And the idea is if they don't brown, then fewer apples will be wasted. And is this in fact a privileged problem? Would mandatory labeling, even if required, be a privileged solution? Food insecurity has less to do with increasing food security is less an issue really, if we think about it, than the profitability of advancing market foods that would be consumable. So some interesting developments which adopt co-creation and regenerative cement, for example, that uses living bacteria. The bacteria may die and the color may change over time, but the bacteria can be regenerated itself and in fact brought back to life. That's partially funded on DARPA research, by the way, using biowater and film, microorganisms in the biofilm that attach on the surface to take up pollutants, another area of emerging development. But we see the personal is also political. There's more than 400 chemicals tested for and found in utero. So before babies are even born, there's now more than 400 chemicals in utero. And we might ask, why are corporate polluters permitted to persist with relative impunity while mothers' actions and agencies are so closely scrutinized? Single food item exchanges will substantially reduce emissions. The livestock sector is the fastest growing. And if I'm out of time, I guess I will just end up on a few things in terms of where we're going. There's a whole movement toward more closely and quickly to our soiled state, if I can call it that, with biocremation, recomposting of human remains. It's being considered in California and Oregon, Hawaii, Delaware, and Vermont. It's legal in Washington and Colorado with restrictions on use. You can't use it for crop soil. And so really, the Earth's fertility has declined. And you heard this morning with respect to reference to soil and the research that was taken up and advanced by Albert's hypothesis, right? So professor of soil science at the University of Missouri on the significance of soil. And in fact, cows have discerning tastes, regardless of how tall the soil is. They won't eat certain soils. Okay, so I think I'm out of time. So I think I'll just end with one point here, that there are new bills in Canada. There's a bill amending the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, and it provides for a right to a healthy environment in the preamble. It does look to address vulnerable populations in risk assessments and minimizing risk posed by cumulative effects of toxic substances. There's also a private members bill that's focused on effectively respecting environmental racism, Environmental Justice Act, right? So developing a national strategy to address these as part of the greater framework. And I will leave it there then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I'm just going to go ahead and introduce the next speaker, who is here in the room, but will be sitting down. Her name is Iselin Gambert. She is a professor at GW Law School. She teaches legal communications and rhetoric. She teaches gender, race, species. That's a seminar. She has taught something called critical animal studies, and she has written in the area of food law and policy. I'm a big fan of an article she wrote a few years ago called Got Milk, the disruptive possibilities of plant milk. I assign a portion of it in my food law and policy class, and I blogged about it. So on the basis of that, I was so delighted that the students have invited her to join us, and I am excited to hear her presentation.
Thank you so much. It's really an honor to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me. And thank you, Erica. Thank you, Tyler. It's, this is pretty much the first time I've left my house in 2 years, and like the first time I've been around other people without my N95 mask that we're still required to wear when we're teaching. So I feel like I've entered a different world, and it's just great to be among all of you today. So I am going to be working, I guess we're still trying to get my PowerPoint up on the screen, so I'll just wait one moment. Great, and does this work, this clicker?
It should.
Let's see.
Why don't you just tell me next slide?
Oh, I mean, I can,
It's fine.
I'll stand over here, and I just, sometimes my back starts acting up, so that's why I thought I would sit, but we'll see if this works. Okay, so today's presentation is going to be a little bit of a provocation. So I want to start by showing you just a few headlines from the last couple of years. Let's see. I'm not even able to get to the next slide. There we go. Okay. Humanity is about to kill 1 million species in a globe-spanning murder-suicide. So what happens when you hear me speak these words? Are you kind of shifting a little bit uncomfortably in your seat or letting out a sigh of dread? Only 11 years left to prevent irreversible damage from climate change, speakers warned during General Assembly high-level meeting. How about now? Is your heart rate maybe quickening a little bit? What if I told you this headline is a couple of years old? So we're already down to less than 9 years left. And here's a headline from less than 2 weeks ago. Time is running out to avert a harrowing future, climate panel warns. According to a report published last month that was written by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which is comprised of 270 researchers from 67 countries and was convened by the United Nations, the dangers of climate change are mounting so rapidly that they could overwhelm the ability of both nature and humanity to adapt. This report concludes that nations are not doing nearly enough to stop this crisis from unfolding. According to the UN Secretary General, this report is, quote, an atlas of human suffering and a damning indictment of failed climate leadership. With fact upon fact, this report reveals how people and the planet are getting clobbered by climate change. So if you're anything like me, hearing about the 6 mass extinction unfolding at the hands of human-fueled habitat destruction and climate change is, to put it mildly, pretty scary stuff. But is scrolling past a few doomsday headlines on our smartphones, as I know I do, is that enough to get us to act and change our behavior? It should be, but we've known about this science for a long time, and we collectively as a species are not acting nearly fast enough or nearly boldly enough. So what are we going to do? As I said before, I intend for this presentation to serve as a provocation. And I believe that if logic carried the day, we would all go vegan tomorrow, or we would already be vegan. A vegan diet is probably the single biggest way to reduce our impact on planet Earth, said Joseph Poore, a researcher at the University of Oxford. It is far bigger than cutting down on your flights or buying an electric car. There is my slides are getting cut off actually by this computer, so that might end up being a problem. I'll just have to read what it says. There's a lot more that I could say about the current science around climate change and the huge role that animal agriculture plays to perpetuate it. Stephen Chu, a Nobel Prize winning physicist, put this into context when he said this: if cattle and dairy cows were a country, they would have more greenhouse gas emissions than the entire EU 28. Just something to think about, end quote. this looks correct, so I'm just gonna keep moving. So this presentation takes this science as a given and works from the premise that unless we as a species do something drastic to stop the march toward irreversible climate disaster that involves our relationship to the beings and things we consider food, the effects would be unthinkable. As the Lancet Commission wrote in a 2019 report, global efforts are urgently needed to collectively transform diets and food production. What is needed is rapid adoption of numerous changes and unprecedented global collaboration and commitment. Nothing less than a great food transformation. So I'm also working from the premise that the animal agriculture industry is dangerous, not only because of its contribution to the climate crisis, and we heard about this in our presentation this morning. The animal agriculture industry represents a global system of unimaginable suffering and cruelty that is socially acceptable and legally sanctioned. It exploits, oppresses, and commodifies billions of individuals every single year. The vast majority of those individuals are non-human animals, but the rest are human workers who are disproportionately immigrants and people of color who spend day after day plucking, debeaking, milking, and killing for low wages, no job security, and at great risk to their own physical and mental health. Since 2020, animal agriculture workers have also faced the threat of COVID-19 exposure at rates greater than the rest of the population. Okay, so the logical conclusion I assert to this grim reality is that eating animals is an outdated practice that causes more harm than good, according to virtually every conceivable metric. And if ever there was a moment where science supported a coordinated global effort to bring forth a drastic change to our consumption habits, this is it. And if that sounds like a stretch, we have, in the mass lockdowns, social distancing, and new norms around remote work and mask wearing of the last 2 years, proof of the fact that when our species is met with a serious imminent threat to our well-being, we actually are in fact capable of widespread life-altering changes to our behavior. And yet, only roughly 3% of us have stopped eating animals. So I'm not naive. I know that achieving wide-scale paradigm-shifting behavior changes to our consumption habits is not going to be easy. It might not be achieved in my lifetime, but as one of our speakers this morning said, and I loved all three presentations, change comes from ideas. And so my goal today is to sort of present some ideas to maybe shift the Overton window, if you will, and sort of present some thoughts about what some policies might be that sort of working together in a coordinated way might actually shift our relationship to food and really shift our culture around food. I'm going to skip a bunch of stuff where I'm sort of saying all this doomsday stuff about how much of an uphill battle this will be. There is a lot of resistance to this on both sides of the political spectrum. The Trump administration, as well as the Biden administration, have said repeatedly they're really not interested in promoting wide-scale policies that are going to be restricting meat eating in any significant way. So there's a lot of challenges and a lot of resistance, but I believe that those seeking to reimagine the future of food should not despair and should not give up. And that while there's no silver bullets, I want to present 8 strategies that I've been thinking about a lot, and I'm not the only one that's thought about them. A lot of other scholars and researchers have thought about them too, that I think sort of when taken together might move the needle on our relationship to food. So the first idea is imposing a tax on meat and dairy. So-called sin taxes have been around for a long time, and they're commonly used to deter people from consuming products like alcohol, cigarettes, and sugary drinks. And evidence and research shows that they do work to sort of, when the prices of a product go up, people's consumption goes down. They're not a silver bullet, but they are an effective deterrent. And a number of researchers have actually looked at the benefits of a meat and dairy tax on people's consumption. And in 2016, a bunch of researchers out of Oxford said, if we impose a 40% tax on beef and a 20% tax on milk, that would account for the damage that those products' consumption causes people via climate change and would have a deterrent effect that would offset the damage that we do to our environment by consuming those foods. Politicians in Germany and Denmark and Sweden have actually already proposed taxes on meat and dairy. Those proposals have not yet passed, but they're gaining political traction. There's no major campaign in the United States to impose a tax on meat or dairy. There's a lot of political resistance, but there's some interesting research that shows that political and governmental resistance to meat and dairy taxes might be misplaced. Research out of a think tank in the UK actually indicates that the public would actually tolerate a meat tax because people, quote, expect governments to lead action on issues that are for the global good. While there might be an initial backlash, that backlash would likely be short-lived as long as the rationale to the tax was strong. Another argument is often, like people that are opposed to taxes on things like soda, is that they're often attacked on sort of personal liberty grounds, like let me drink my soda, don't tax it. And there's actually been some arguments sort of to the contrary. There's a journalist named James Hamblin that said, if a person eats 400 pounds of animal meat every year, that person is treading on the environment for others. So a meat tax could be implemented as a sort of matter of protecting personal liberty. In other words, eating meat wouldn't be illegal, but people who choose to do so would have to pay for that imposition of their choice on others. So another idea is removing meat and dairy subsidies. I think before we can maybe even think about taxing meat and dairy, we have to reckon with the fact that these products are subsidized at massive amounts compared to plant-based products. Right now, the federal government spends roughly $38 billion a year subsidizing meat and dairy, and roughly 0.04% of that amount, or $17 million, subsidizing fruits and vegetables. So when you think about the damage that meat and dairy is doing to our planet and our health and the animals whose lives are bound up in the animal agriculture industry, that disconnect, that disparity, I think is nonsensical. And there's a lot of political reasons behind that. There's a lot of power that's held by the animal agriculture industry. But I don't think we can have a great food transformation when the government facilitates artificially low prices for meat and dairy. And I think that there's a lot of room for advocacy in this issue. Okay, so the third idea is restricting meat and dairy advertising. Does anyone know when the last televised cigarette ad in the United States aired? January 1st, 1971, at 11:50 p.m. on the Johnny Carson Show. President Nixon signed the Federal Cigarette Labeling and Advertising Act into law a few months prior, and that act had as its goal to inform the public about the adverse effects of cigarette smoking by including warning notices on each package of cigarettes, and it also restricted cigarette advertising, and it prohibited cigarette ads from airing on TV and radio. So not only is there no federal policy aimed at ensuring that the public is adequately educated about adverse health or environmental impacts of meat eating and dairy drinking, but the US government has actually been actively entangled with the promotion of these products for decades. Take beef, for example. Under the Beef Promotion and Research Act, Congress explicitly recognizes that the, quote, production of beef and beef products plays a significant role in the nation's economy, that beef and beef products should be readily available and marketed efficiently to ensure that the people of the United States receive adequate nourishment. Query whether nourishment could be achieved from any other source of food. And that the maintenance and expansion of existing markets for beef and beef products are vital to the welfare of beef producers and those concerned with marketing, using, and producing beef products, as well as to the general economy of the nation. So far from restricting advertising about beef, the US government has extensive structures in place to support it. The Beef Promotion and Research Act creates a framework for the beef checkoff program that's overseen by the USDA, and it's aimed at, quote, building demand for beef and beef products, both domestically and internationally. The Secretary of Agriculture oversees the beef checkoff program, along with 21 other checkoff programs for other commodities, and typically has pre-approval authority over the promotion, advertising, research, and consumer information plans and projects that are implemented by so-called Qualified State Beef Councils, QSBCs. Just last year, 2021, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals determined that the government's entanglement with beef advertising extends even further, holding that even beef advertising not subject to pre-approval by the Secretary of Agriculture also constitutes public and therefore governmental speech. So given the centrality of slogans like beef, it's what's for dinner, or pork, the other white meat in American food culture, the fact that these slogans were developed through checkoff programs that are overseen by the Department of Agriculture, it's currently impossible to untangle the US government from the explicit promotion of meat and dairy. To achieve a great food transformation, I believe that has to change. The US government should find inspiration from the Federal Cigarette Labeling and Advertising Act, which more than half a century ago drew a line in the sand and restricted cigarette advertising in the name of the public good. The government needs to stop promoting animal-based food through government speech. It needs to instead use its speech to inform the public about the many harms that these foods pose to people, animals, and the planet. So my fourth idea is to require graphic warning labels on food. Governments around the world have long been aware that graphic warning labels can be powerful shapers of human behavior. They have been used on cigarette labels in more than 100 countries. And we have this Oxford researcher that I mentioned before, Joseph Poore. He's already proposed mandatory food labeling to communicate about food's environmental impacts. But he proposes these really emotionally neutral labels, like you can see here, that make use of these kind of colorful shapes and colors to identify for consumers how well a product scores on a variety of metrics like water consumption, emission, pesticide toxicity, et cetera. But there's a reason for the graphic in graphic warning labels. People are not rational when it comes to their consumption. And it's important, research has shown in the cigarette arena, that it's important to combine facts with memorable and emotionally laden images to optimize behavioral changing sort of attitudes in people's consumption. So I think that not only should food, all food, plant-based and animal-based food, be labeled with graphic warning labels to show each item's environmental impact, like Joseph Poore said, but I also think that those labels should show food's impact on human health, animal well-being and exploitation, and worker conditions. That way, people will be confronted with critical and behavioral changing and culture shaping information and imagery at the moment that it matters most when they're grabbing an item from the grocery store. So here's a couple of graphic images in the cigarette context. So they're combining graphic visual images with scientifically accurate factual information. And I think that we could do the same with food. Okay, a few more that I'm gonna sort of breeze through quickly. Can I have a time check?
Oh, you're doing fine. You've got half an hour from when the last speaker ended. It's probably about 12 minutes.
Okay, so we are subsidizing meat and dairy on this grand scale, and we're barely subsidizing fruits and vegetables. That should change. So when we're envisioning a great food transformation, healthy plant-based food should not cost more than unhealthy, environmentally destructive, and animal exploiting animal-based food, but it does. Studies have shown that the healthiest diets, which are rich in fruits and vegetables, cost about $1.50 more per day than a meat-driven diet. That might not seem a lot, but it's about $550 per person per year. That can be the differentiator when somebody is deciding how to feed their family over the course of a year. So I think that when you think about the fact that efforts to subsidize healthy food, that's been less prominent than initiatives to like tax and regulate unhealthy food. I think those things should go hand in hand, and consumers want them to. So there was a survey that asked people, how do you want revenue from a meat tax to be used, assuming we were to tax meat? 41% of consumers said, use that money to subsidize, lower the price of fruits and vegetables. That was what the biggest answer was. And so I think we need to be thinking about all these strategies sort of holistically and in tandem with each other. Another idea, a critical idea, I say a lot more about this in my paper, I'm just gonna give a taste of it now, is encouraging livestock farmers to undergo what I'm calling, and I did not coin this phrase, but to undergo transformations and to provide training and job opportunities to people that formerly worked in the animal agriculture industry. So in order to have this huge cultural shift, we have to support the farmers and the workers that are currently working day in and day out around animals. And as we heard this morning, that work has a physical and mental health toll on the workers that work in these industries. There's been a number of farmers that have voluntarily chosen to transform their farms away from animal-based agriculture towards plant-based agriculture. And there's a few programs like this one called Transformation that is a sub-project of a nonprofit called Mercy for Animals that are existing already to help farmers make this shift. And there's also a growing number of private companies like Miyoko's Creamery and Oatly Milk Company. They have programs designed to help dairy farmers transition away from dairy and transition to crops like oat or hemp or cashew to help them sort of provide products as the raw materials for their company's oat milk or plant-based cheese, et cetera. Other companies like the former dairy company Elmhurst have shifted entirely from dairy to plant operations. And then there's other companies that exist. There's one called Rebellious Foods that they make vegan chicken, so plant-based chicken. And their goal is to quote unquote, replace every one of the jobs at every chicken facility in the country. So I heard somebody laughing. It's a big goal, but we have to start, I think, with this vision. And I write a lot in my paper about the toll that doing work of debeaking and killing animals day in and day out, 40 hours a week or more, it really does take a toll on workers. And we need to really be thinking critically about supporting workers in these industries so that they have a place to go where they can make hopefully even more money, because these are not exactly lucrative jobs often, and hopefully have sort of a more well-being in their work lives. And I think this is another place for the government to play a role as a leader in facilitating this cultural shift. The shift is already underway. And I think that government can create policies to create funding to support projects like Transformation and support companies like Rebellious Foods to help sort of encourage this shift so that farmers and workers can find employment and can find other ways of making a living, and they don't have to sort of do it alone, and that they can do it in a coordinated and supported way. My last two ideas, a global commitment to creating funding for innovative ideas to sort of transform food culture on a local, regional, and national level, and also changing the way that young people think about food. We have to be thinking, again, back to what John was saying, change comes from ideas. And I really love the idea of us coming together as a species, really as we did with COVID. And we said, how do we get all the best minds together and innovate and find a solution to this challenge that we're facing? This is a problem that is time sensitive. We're in a crisis, and we've seen us come together. And of course, the last 2 years have been fractured, and I'm not going to say it was a total kumbaya moment, but we have seen in the last 2 years
international efforts of coalescing and really building, looking for innovation and solutions. And I'm inspired by that. And I think this is a moment to do the same thing in our relationship to food. And I think we have to think about the way that young people are raised to think about food. What is food? You know, are cows and sheep and pigs and chickens, are they food? And fish, should they be food? How are those animals different than the dogs and cats that we have in our homes and that we love as family members? There is a lot more that I could say, and I say more in my paper about the fact that there's no law or regulation that requires public schools to serve vegetarian or vegan food, but they do require dairy milk. These are things that are within our control. Like John had as one of your first slides, we get to decide what our food system looks like. We get to decide what policies we have in place. We can change the policies that are in place, and we can change the curriculum so that our students are not only getting access in school to healthy vegan food, but they're learning about the food system and what a sustainable food system looks like. That's within our power to shape the curriculum of our school systems. And I think that that's something that advocates can be working on as well. So the last thing that I just want to end on, and it's really a thought experiment, and I welcome this discussion in our Q&A, but something I think about a lot: should the great food transformation be fake meat free? Can I just do another time check? Do I have like 5 minutes? Or
Yeah,
so?
you have 5 minutes.
Okay. I've been vegetarian since I was 12. I'm 42. I've been vegan for 15 years. And, you know, I eat veggie burgers. I eat, you know, seitan. I'm not somebody that's only eating, you know, bananas and strawberries on my plate. But I think a lot as a scholar of rhetoric about the cultural space that food occupies. And, you know, there's a lot that's been written about the cultural space that food occupies, and about, in particular, the cultural space that meat and dairy occupies. And we heard with Vita before my presentation about the some of gender dynamics that are inherent in food. And I've written a lot about sort of building on the scholarship of ecofeminist scholar Carol Adams and her work in the sexual politics of meat, about the way that meat eating is sort of bound up in this sort of male-dominated patriarchal world that we live in. And it's interesting when you see, and I have a whole long article coming out this year about these so-called real meat laws. There's some really interesting case law coming out of Missouri, actually, in this field. So this is a place where there's a lot of cultural activation. I think people are really thinking, you know, I think the meat industry is feeling threatened by plant meat and by so-called cellular meat rising in popularity. And there's lawsuits about it, sort of contesting the meaning of the word meat. And it's something I'm really interested in and I've written a lot about. But what I think about on a more sort of deeper level is, you know, what do we want the future of food to look like? Right? And if we say swap out a piece of slaughtered, you know, chicken or, you know, cow and put a cellular, you know, lab grown piece of, you know, edible product on the plate that's genetically identical, if we did that tomorrow and just replaced all animals with cellular based food, I would be thrilled, right? Because it meant that no animals would be exploited and living in suffering conditions and being killed in the animal agriculture system. But it wouldn't necessarily shift our relationship, our sort of rhetorical relationship to food. Because I'm just curious, you know, why is it that we as a species are so bound up in this idea of eating flesh, of, you know, consuming others? And I don't know, I'm not convinced that that's where I think the future of food should go. I feel like we are at this moment where we can think critically about what we want our future to look like. And I'm intrigued by the, you know, cellular-based food products. But when I'm thinking about the infusion of millions, if not billions of dollars into creating the perfect, you know, lab-grown hamburger, I almost feel like, why do we need to perpetuate the sort of cultural norms and sort of rhetorical space that meat
and, you know, fake meat, I'll call it for purposes of today, sort of occupy. And I'm thinking that for us to really break free from the way that our identity as a species has been bound up in animal eating and sort of all the different power dynamics that are inherent in that, I'm thinking that perhaps we should just sort of cut our ties with meat entirely. And again, it's a provocation, but it's one that I invite you to just think about as a thought experiment. I believe that we urgently need to question our animal eating habits. I think we need to reflect deeply, not only on ways in which animal eating is harmful to the animals that we're eating, but to the environment and to our health, and the ways in which it might be keeping us stuck in outdated ways of interacting with each other and our fellow earthlings. Incrementally replacing animal-derived meat with plant-based or cultivated meat, it's appealing, right? In part because it doesn't require us to collectively throw out everything we think about food and start from scratch. I get that. And in that way, it feels safe. But if you think back to those slides I started with 30 minutes ago, and thank you for your attention today, I think this moment in our lives on this planet calls for something bigger and bolder and more disruptive. I think the path to a cruelty-free, environmentally sound food culture requires us as a species to boldly and consciously sort of take meat away from our plates and reject that food as food that perpetuates outdated cultural norms, and choose explicitly to pursue a food culture that bears little resemblance to the harmful and exploitative one that we inhabit today. So that's my provocation, and I thank you for your time, and I look forward to discussing this more with you in the Q&A.
Okay, wonderful. So thank you so much. Definitely provocative. I'm sure there will be some conversation in the Q&A. I am going to introduce now our final speaker. Wow, that light is really bright. That's gonna blind me. Thank you. But I don't know, maybe do you need it on for the, no, okay. Well, anyway, our third speaker who is joining us remotely again, her name is Denise Cordova Montez. And Professor Cordova Montez is the acting associate director of the Human Rights Clinic at the University of Miami School of Law. She focuses on a human rights approach to addressing food insecurity and hunger, and state and local implementation of human rights to address these issues, and the links between economic and social protections and gender-based violence. So that's, I think, all I need to do. I'm gonna switch it over to her at this point. We have her ready to accept. We need to get me off.
Thank you so much. Just very quickly, I cannot seem to turn on my video. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you. So no video?
I believe I need to be given permission.
Oh.
Oh, perfect. There we go. I see it now. Well, yes, thank you so much, Professor Litzen, and thank you so much, the University of Missouri School of Law students for organizing this amazing conference and really enabling us speakers who are remote to also be with you, even though we cannot be there physically. So I will be speaking today about using international human rights law to address hunger in the US. And this is a topic that is central to my work, supporting a nascent right to food movement in the US that is seeking to shift the current response to hunger in the US from a charity-based and profit-driven model to a rights-based and people-centered model that tackles hunger at its root. So during the pandemic, one of the nation's most urgent problems, hunger, only got worse. What does hunger look like in America? At the height of the pandemic, we got used to frequent images in the media of long lines of people and cars waiting to receive free food, some for the first time in their lives. With high unemployment, the number of food insecure people in the US climbed from 37 million to more than 50 million. and that is 1 in 3 adults and 1 in 2 children. Moreover, school closures made it more difficult for the 30 million children who depend on the National School Lunch Program to access low cost or free meals. But this crisis is not new. The COVID-19 crisis really brought to light the stark inequities that leave tens of millions in persistent hunger and poverty in the US. And even before the pandemic hit, some 14 million households, or approximately 11% of households in the US, were food insecure, which means that they lacked consistent access to enough food, both in quality and quantity, for an active and healthy life, and with female-headed households being the most affected. And as you can see from this figure, that percentage of 11% of households being food insecure has pretty much been the same for the past 20 years. Of those 14 million households that are food insecure, 17 million people lived in households that were classified as having very low food security, which means that they often had to skip meals, reduce the size of their meals, or go without eating for an entire day. Food insecurity affects a broad range of Americans, including working Americans and families with incomes above the US poverty guidelines. In fact, 1 in 10 individuals above the US poverty guidelines is food insecure. And again, being food insecure means having to make very hard choices. People facing food insecurity are often forced to make impossible decisions between food and receiving medical care, between food and paying mortgage or rent, and between food and buying school supplies and clothing for their children. And families often have to make difficult trade-offs between purchasing low-cost, poor quality food and higher cost, healthy food. And the most affected, just like all social problems in the US, are often low-income working families, women, children, and people of color. Over the past 20 years, both Black and Latino households have consistently been at least twice as likely as white households to experience food insecurity. And while the massive influxes of federal aid and nutrition assistance in response to the COVID-19 pandemic helped the US avoid a devastating national increase in poverty. In fact, from 2019 to 2020, the Department of Agriculture's overall estimate of annual food insecurity remained unchanged at 10.5%, 11%. Black and Latino households actually experienced an alarming spike in food insecurity. In 2020, 21.7% of Black households experienced food insecurity, as did 17.2% of Latino households and 7.1% of white households. These disparities have deep roots, and they're a symptom of wage and wealth gaps, elevated poverty rates, disparate and racialized access to food, including lack of time and transportation associated with reaching supermarkets from what we call food deserts, the demise of small farms and the lack of land and assets available to historically dispossessed communities, and more. And all of these structural inequities have created this consistent reality of hunger. So how has the US responded to this crisis that started really way before the pandemic? The US government's predominant response to food insecurity involves a series of programs known as domestic nutrition assistance programs that provide food and nutrition services to low-income Americans. Millions benefit from these programs, SNAP and WIC, for example, and yet these programs fail to adequately address the needs of millions of Americans who live in food insecure households. First, eligibility requirements may be drawn too narrowly, thereby excluding many food insecure individuals from receiving benefits. Second, those participants who qualify face numerous administrative barriers to participation, such as complicated application and renewal processes. And also, finally, the benefits provided through these assistance programs may not be sufficient to meet participants' food-related needs. And the limitations of these government nutrition assistance programs are reflected in the fact that Americans are just continue to rely on private emergency food providers like food pantries on a routine basis as a source of food. So what does what a human rights approach to hunger seeks to do is to shift the response to hunger in this country from a charity-based, profit-driven approach to a rights-based approach. The reality is that the charitable programs combined with the entitlement programs have not really accomplished the goals of ending hunger and food security in the US. They do not address the root causes such as racism, falling wages and stagnant wages, and rising inequality and income and assets. They don't really critique the entrenched institutions, policies, and practices that privilege profits over people, as Professor Eicher described very passionately earlier today. They do not incorporate the communities at the front lines of hunger and food insecurity in their design and implementation, nor do they respond to this chronic predicament by building robust, diversified, sustainable, and decentralized food and farm economies. So a human rights approach understands food security not as the result of shortage of food or resources, but as the result of poverty and of policies that fail to prioritize the needs of low-income Americans, resulting in the weakening of the social safety nets. A human rights approach to hunger understands hunger as the result of centuries of systemic racism, where the racial income gap between Black and Latino households and their white counterparts is deep. It is a result of a lack of, as I mentioned earlier, supermarkets in Black and Latino neighborhoods, and the result of historical dispossession of land and natural resources that contribute to the cycle of intergenerational poverty for Black, Latino, and Indigenous households. It is a result of a corporatized food system that does not value local and diversified production, agroecological methods of producing food, and culturally specific foods. And hunger and food justice advocates here in the US have argued that the US government's historical response to the hunger crisis is pretty much in line with the government's long-standing denial of human rights obligations, and in particular, a neglect of the human right to adequate food. The US considers its leadership in international law and human rights as a core component of its identity. In fact, the Constitution considers international treaties as the supreme law of the land, on par with the Constitution itself. However, despite our role in contributing ideas and language to the UN Declaration of Human Rights and other instruments, the US has declined to ratify the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, which recognizes the right to food. The US has generally been amenable to ratifying treaties that focus on civil and political rights, for example, rights that generally protect an individual's freedom from governmental infringement and relate to participation in public life, such as those contained in the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. By contrast, the US has tended to shy away from treaties that protect social and economic rights, which are rights that give people access to the basic necessities of human existence, such as the human right to food. This may partially be due to the misconception that protecting civil and political rights is cost-free, while social and economic rights are expensive. However, at the very least, enforcement of civil and political rights requires investment in a justice system. And moreover, ensuring social and economic rights may be more cost-effective in the long term by targeting the root causes of social problems. Nonetheless, the social and economic rights contained in human rights treaties can still be useful in domestic advocacy. But how have we used sort of this human rights framework, the right to food framework, more specifically in a country such as the US that has not ratified the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights? Over the last several years, human rights has been used as a tool for organizing, a tool for narrative change, a tool for working across food and farm sectors, a tool for international solidarity and for shifting the balance of power in our food systems back to the people. And increasingly, however, I will also speak about this later in my presentation, the human right to food is becoming also a legal tool at the local and state levels. So even though the human right to food is not recognized here in the US by our federal government, the right to food is a well-established human right in international law. So here I give sort of a brief history of the right to food. It was first enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which was adopted in 1948 in Article 25, which says that everyone has the right to an adequate standard of living, including food. Then in 1966, the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights was adopted. And in Article 11, you can see that it recognizes the fundamental right of everyone to be free from hunger. And then there was a big gap between 1966 and 1999, which is when the next human rights instrument that mentioned sort of the right to food was adopted. During this time, between 1966 and 1999, basically the Green Revolution was taking place. And there was this belief that increased production as a result of technological advances would solve hunger. However, in 1996, the first World Food Summit took place. And at that point, governments came together and sort of voiced the fact that technological advances that had been put in place to improve agricultural productivity during the 60s and 70s had not actually reduced the number of hungry people. And despite that, food availability per person had increased significantly during the previous 40 years. At the same time, economist Amartya Sen famously described hunger not as a result of there not being enough food available, but as a result of social injustice and governments not being held accountable to their populations. And so something else was needed, a tool to hold governments accountable. The World Food Summit demanded that the human right to food be clarified and given teeth, and so it began gaining visibility in international law. In 1999, the Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, which is the expert body tasked with overseeing the implementation of the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, which again is the human rights treaty that where the right to food is enshrined. That committee adopted General Comment 12 on the human right to food, which basically defined what the normative content of the human right to food. In 2000, the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on the right to food was established. And then also in 2004, the FAO voluntary guidelines on the right to food, which sought to give guidance to governments on how to implement the right to food at national level, was adopted. The right to food has also been enshrined in regional instruments, implicitly and explicitly. Here you see the OAS Charter, the American Declaration of the Rights and Duties of Man, the Protocol of San Salvador, also in several constitutions in the Americas, and most recently, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights actually analyzed the right for the first time under Article 26 of the American Convention. So the human right to food exists. It's been enshrined in international law, but what is it? So as mentioned earlier, the Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights developed the content of the right to food in its General Comment 12, which in the General Comment has really facilitated various courts' interpretations of the content of the right, both at national and regional levels. And here, as the committee indicated, this right is realized when everyone has physical and economic access at all times to adequate food or means for its procurement, and shall therefore not be interpreted in a narrow or restrictive sense, which equates it with a minimum package of calories, proteins, and other specific nutrients. So more specifically, General Comment 12 says that the right to food is realized when food is adequate, available, accessible, and sustainable. So what does this mean? The concept of adequacy means that food should be of a quantity and quality that is sufficient to satisfy the dietary needs of individuals, that is free from adverse substances and acceptable within a given culture. What's adequate for one person might not be adequate for another. For example, the nutritional requirements of children are different from the nutritional requirements of an adult. And so the precise meaning of adequacy is to a large extent determined by prevailing social, economic, cultural, ecological, and other conditions. The notion of availability means that people should have the possibilities to feed oneself from the land or other natural resources, if that is the way that you feed yourself, or from a well-functioning system that moves food from where it is produced to where it is consumed. The concept of accessibility means that food should be economically accessible, that people should be able to pay for food in a way that does not interfere with the enjoyment of other human rights. And also it should be physically accessible, which means that you should be able to access food where you are, irrespective of who you are, whether you have a disability or you're a child. You should be able to access food where you are. And finally, the notion of sustainability means that food should be accessible for both present and future generations. And so it implies caring for the environment and for nature. General Comment 12 also established that under international human rights law, governments have obligations, specifically three obligations: to respect, which means to not interfere with that right, to protect, which means that governments should control the actions of third actors, and so that those actions do not result in abuses of human rights, and to fulfill, which has two components: to facilitate, which is to put in place policies that proactively ensure that people have the right to food, and also to provide, fulfill, provide, which means that the government has the obligation to directly provide the right if a person is unable to enjoy the rights, such as in the case of natural disasters or war. Also, General Comment 12 established that governments have the obligation to realize the right to food progressively, which means that governments don't have the obligation to realize the right from one day to the next, but should take incremental steps towards the eventual full realization of the right. Progressive realization also means that governments cannot take regressive steps that deprive people of a right that they used to enjoy. In more recent years, the understanding of the human right to food in international law has evolved, and a number of international human rights instruments have been adopted that are the result of more rural-driven human rights processes. The Committee on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the CEDAW Committee, adopted, for example, General Recommendation 34 on the rights of rural women, and I'll actually go over sort of the excerpts from that instrument to show, but they talk about the right to food in the context of food sovereignty. In 2018, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Peasants and Other People Working in Rural Areas was also adopted, recognizing for the first time the right to food sovereignty. And so these rural-driven human rights processes have a different starting point. The question of access to resources and in these instruments has not been treated strictly as a question of individual rights. Rather, in these instruments, the cultural role of resources occupies a central space, and many formulations of specific human rights related to land and food are based not around individual access, but around mechanisms for democratic community engagement, situating the individual within a broader context. And what has evolved very prominently is sort of the shift towards food sovereignty as an important dimension for the realization of the right to food. A right to food sovereignty framework sees the survival of the planet as being intimately linked to the rights of small-scale food producers, or peasants as they are called in many other parts of the world, who are also the most affected by right to food violations, while also being the ones who feed the world. The narrative this evolving framework seeks to tackle is one that says that we need to increase food production in order to meet the demands of a growing world population, and that we need to do this by using technologies that are going to more efficiently feed the world. This narrative is then used to facilitate land grabs from small-scale food producers, to transfer land to large industrial, more efficient agricultural producers, increase dependency of local food systems on agribusiness corporations, and strip food producers and other people working in rural areas of their rights. A right to food and food sovereignty framework tries to address hunger at the root and sees hunger as a result of injustice, as a result of lack of power, lack of land rights and natural resources, and a lack of living wages and adequate working conditions, not a result of a lack of food or inefficient food production. And sees small-scale food producers, agricultural workers, indigenous peoples who are actually the ones feeding the world at the center of the solution, including the solutions to address climate crises, as well as the most harmed by the narrative that seeks to dispossess them and separate them from nature. So here we have sort of some excerpts of international instruments where the right to food and food sovereignty are intertwined. Here, as mentioned earlier, the CEDAW Committee adopted General Recommendation 34, which is focused on the rights of rural women and is the first major international instrument to refer to food sovereignty as the framework for the right to food. Then at the end of 2018, the UN General Assembly adopted the UN Declaration on the Rights of Peasants, which really was the culmination of a 17-year historic process for rural communities led by La Via Campesina, which is a global peasant movement. And for the very first time, it recognized the right to determine their own food and agricultural systems as the right to food sovereignty. There were also a number of other rights that this instrument, the UN Declaration on the Rights of Peasants, recognized as being intimately linked to the right to food and food sovereignty of rural populations. Here we see Article 5 of this UN Declaration on the Rights of Peasants recognizes the right to access resources and participate in their management. Here, Article 10 recognizes the right to participate in preparation and implementation of policies affecting these populations. Article 17 recognizes the right to land, and individually and or collectively. And Article 19 recognizes the right to save, use, exchange, and sell their farm-saved seeds or propagating material. Also the right to maintain, control, protect, and develop their own seeds and traditional knowledge. So all of this sort of brings us back to the US and how international human rights law, more specifically, the human rights to food and food sovereignty, are being used as a tool to address hunger. Over the last several years, several food justice advocates, my human rights clinic, and others have strategically engaged with human rights mechanisms to build awareness and accountability around hunger in the US. The use of international human rights frameworks has really helped to exert political pressure at the local and state level, contributed to social mobilization, and sought to further develop international standards and recommendations that could then be implemented and used domestically. As part of our advocacy, we've engaged in self-education and training, supporting, organizing efforts around a human rights framework, convened strategy meetings with other movements also focused on social and economic rights in the US that are more advanced, such as the right to health and the right to housing movements that have gained some traction here in the US, more so than the right to food movement. We've also engaged with the Special Rapporteur on the Right to Food, UN treaty bodies, such as the Committee on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, and also used the Universal Periodic Review by the UN Human Rights Council. And during all these phases, advocates engaged with international bodies, with their local governments, and in organizing efforts in parallel to advance human rights standards domestically. And in addition to using human rights law and the human right to food and food sovereignty for organizing and advocacy, we have also started using it as a legal tool, and we have sought to enshrine it in law. For the past couple of years, myself and my clinic has been involved in supporting legislative efforts around the country to enshrine the right to food in law at local and state levels. On November 2nd, 2001, Maine became the first state in the US to enshrine the right to food in its constitution. This amendment, it reads, right to food, all individuals have a natural, inherent, and unalienable right to food, including the right to save and exchange seeds and the right to grow, raise, harvest, produce, and consume the food of their own choosing for their own nourishment, sustenance, bodily health, and well-being, as long as an individual does not commit trespassing, theft, poaching, or other abuses of private property rights, public lands, or natural resources in their harvesting, production, or acquisition of food. And support for the amendment really grew out of the food sovereignty movement in Maine, which was driven by a desire for self-sufficiency and local empowerment. And over the last decade, over 100 local food sovereignty ordinances across the state of Maine were adopted. And the Maine Food Sovereignty Act was actually adopted in 2017. And these food sovereignty laws sought to specifically protect sort of the exchange and consumption homegrown food and the operation of farmers markets. And now food sovereignty and the right to food are intimately intertwined in Maine's constitution. Currently, there are also legislative efforts in West Virginia. Recently, we assisted in drafting a Morgantown resolution that supports the human right to food, and this resolution was adopted in December of last year. While primarily aspirational in nature, it does include budgetary and compliance provisions. And West Virginia as a state has also introduced a constitutional right to food amendment, a proposal for a constitutional right to food amendment, as has Tennessee, and there are many other states, Washington State, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, other states that are actively considering the possibility of making proposals to amend their constitutions so that they include the human right to food. And throughout this process of using international human rights to seek to address hunger in the US, a community of practice that includes advocates, scholars, people with lived experiences has formed. We meet, share, learn from each other, engage in mutual supports and solidarity around the rights to food and food sovereignty. And what drives this sort of nascent movement is this understanding that the current state of food insecurity and the strategies for addressing hunger in the US are far from what international human rights standards dictate. The international law approach to the human right to food not only provides a framework of concrete standards and goals, as well as practical tools for exerting political pressure and facilitating coalition building and mobilization, but it also draws an international community for its legitimacy rather than the fluctuations of political preferences at the national and subnational level. And ideally, while our hope is that the US would ratify and implement the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, until it does so, this community of practice sort of will continue advocating for local and state governments to draw on the comprehensive approach to the right to food under international human rights law to alleviate some of the issues that plague access to adequate food in the US today. And thank you.
Is this mic already like? So it's good. All right. So thank you. Are you going to come join me?
I was just noticing that a lot of people ask.
I have them on my iPad. Yeah. So let me see. We have a bunch of questions from folks on Zoom, which is terrific, but I want to see if anybody here has a question. No. Okay. So I guess I'm going to lead off. Our panelists all join. I know that Beta has a question. Let me do one question that's a Zoomer plus me, and it's for Iselin. So, and I'm sorry to call you a Zoomer. It's just my habit from teaching. So it's two questions that relate to the subsidies, or eliminating subsidies, and also imposing a tax.
Yeah.
So the Zoomer says, would removing the subsidies effectively cause the same end effect as a tax? Why advocate for an additional tax? And my question was actually going in the other direction, which was that if your goal was to find a way to force producers to actually internalize the costs that they are currently imposing on the system, wouldn't it be more effective to impose an excise tax on them? Vaccine manufacturers do that when they sell vaccines. They pay an excise tax, and that goes into a fund to pay for products liability injury. So it could be a per sale excise tax.
Yeah.
So I guess this
idea.
is sort of, oh dear. Okay, so this is the question, subsidy, tax, excise tax, what's the best way? Do they all do the same thing? Do you need all three?
Yeah. Well, and I thank you for those questions, and I welcome, I'm trying to think this through kind of in real time. So I welcome all of you to share your thoughts too. I mean, I love the idea of the excise tax. I'm hesitant to say that eliminating a subsidy sort of gets you to the same place as adding a tax, because the tax, like to your point, it's something that then is specific revenue that can be put into a pot and used for some other purpose. So if we collected a tax, we could say that that money is actually going to go to fund, farmers that want to transition from raising beef or, pigs to, from raising cows or pigs to growing hemp or oat or whatever it is. And I don't think that just eliminating the subsidies would create that kind of pot of money that you can then actually sort of support all of these initiatives. And I spoke about public health initiatives and, public education initiatives. So I think maybe you're the, maybe I could like get together with you and develop some policy proposals, but I'm thinking that the tax actually is something that it's not going to, eliminating the subsidy does not replace, I think, the benefit of having this pot of money that you generate from the tax. But welcome other people's thoughts on that. But thanks for the question.
Okay, so we have a question from one of our former panelists.
I just want to say, I want to comment on the tax. I think that the tax actually is a way to direct it, at the people, at the point of sale, so it has that sort of effect on them to dissuade them from going that route. Whereas I know that if you're subsidized, then it's more expensive, but they may not see that in the context of it. They know that it's taxed, it's more directly.
And for people who couldn't hear from the audience, the point was, no, we don't have Max out in the audience, that a tax at the moment of sale has the effect of dissuading consumers in a way that just removing the subsidies does not.
I mean, I'm half Norwegian. My family lives in Norway. My brother lives in Oslo, and there's huge taxes on gas and cigarettes and alcohol. People still drive and smoke and drink, but they know I'm making up a number, but it's like $8 a liter or something. And a liter is a lot less than a gallon for gas, right? So do the math. A pack of cigarettes might cost $25. So that if you're choosing to smoke, you're making this affirmative choice. That is sort of the way that I think, and when I think about food, it's like when we buy maybe saffron or truffle oil, or, it's like, wow, this is a really expensive luxury item, and I'm going to use a 1/4 of an ounce or something. And, you think about that because the price is such that it forces you to think about that. And I think we can get there with taxing, to your point.
You were pointing to the screen.
I wondered if Denise had any comments on that in terms of an individual tax for people who are struggling with access to food.
Yeah. Denise, did you hear that question from Brennan? Okay, she asked, and your mic is muted. She asked what you think about that question with the tax on individuals and the impact it might have on people who are struggling with food insecurity.
Oh,
And it would just be a tax on meat, to be clear. Meat and dairy products.
Yes, no, that's a very good question. There's a lot of studies out there, and I don't necessarily have an opinion over meat and dairy and whether, as was discussed earlier, I think in the previous panel, there's a role potentially for meat products in the regeneration of soil. But indeed, there's a lot of studies about the public health impact of these foods, and so yes, and the tax it would potentially result in people being able to purchase food that would be healthy for themselves, and so if it results in poor people being able to access healthy foods in the form of vegetables and fruits, then yes. That seems like it could be a good way forward.
So I have a thought on that as well, but I know Beta has her hand up to jump in, please.
Yeah, I do. I think that's going to be a gender tax. I think Norway's pay equity is better than Canada and the United States, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but I think anytime you have a flat tax, an excise tax, a consumer tax, there's a disproportionate burden on women on that in terms of relative value of incomes that is then redirected towards these things. And then that exacerbates it only affects an outcome for a portion of the population, and the portion that may actually need, so there are women, and I didn't get to the slide, but one of the implications of all the chemical pollution, and I was remiss in not saying the idea of a porous boundary itself is advanced by my colleague Dana Nadine Scott in her work on feminist political economy of pollution. But the Chemical Valley in Canada is, has a disproportionate number of miscarriages, and the number of male births to females has declined, and all this stuff. So oftentimes, if you have severely anemic people, it's likely to be women. If there are going to be recommendations for animal heme, which may or may not be scientifically suggested or reinforced, then that's going to be women, and so forth. And so, sometimes, and so the scientific literature on who actually needs animal heme and beef for other reasons from a health perspective would need to be weighed in against this. And then with regard to also the pay inequities that would then factor into the consumer choice. So I prefer, for example, your, public education, programming, why is dairy served in schools as a requirement? And in fact, dairy is gendered reproductive labor of animals, of course. And so we both know that. And so, and even labeling is problematic potentially. And I've argued for mandatory labeling in the context of novel foods, like including BT potatoes, which, I can get into if anybody asks, or whatever else. But even novel food has been considered by Nora McKendrick as a gendered burden, because it then the greenwashing requirement then puts on a burden for precautionary consumption on women. So again, it's part of the unpaid work that women must do in running their households, as women do most of the unpaid work, and control 20 trillion annually in global consumer spending. Women do, right? Reports show that women make 93% of food purchases. So then they're stuck reading labels and figuring things out in a way that actually is, again, further taxing them effectively and their time. So like I have sort of these concerns, which I grapple with myself in my own work, that is, right, in the sense that, between fair information practices and good overcoming of knowledge asymmetries and all that stuff. And then also I have a problem with women's unpaid work, care work, including care for their families. One of the things I wanted to ask you, though, if I could actually, Celine, was with respect to, so this goes back to that feminist question that was asked of me, right? If you're a feminist, don't you need to be vegan? And so your presentation sort of moved me back to where I was with this conversation years ago. And I'm reminded of, within Indigenous communities, there is this care ethic, right? This relational concept of care, this reciprocity, not just the view of rights, but a view of responsibility. And I was reminded of some of the work I've done with respect to the literature I've reviewed within northern communities. For example, some communities, Indigenous communities, will actually opt for hunger over interruption of caribou once they are in sacred places to have their births. So when caribou move to the sacred lands to birth, then they're off limits for hunting. Food wastage isn't a problem. Part of the problem is the food is so far removed, it's on a styrofoam plate, whereas all parts of the food is actually used, all parts of the animal is actually used. So it's more meaningful consumption, which is what I was working towards in my Toward an Edible Society. While everybody moves to veganish, how can we reduce animal harm, reduce pain, improve worker conditions, all of those things that actually need to be addressed towards compassionate consumption. I also have a question, so I'd love your feedback on that, but I also have a question for, sorry, Denise, I just wanted to know, are you left with guaranteed basic income? Because how do you operationalize the right to food, right? At the end of the day, again, women will forego eating to feed their kids. So again, it's a gendered thing. It's a gendered problem. Food insecurity is a gendered problem, and it stems from poverty, intersectional identities, right? So for a feminist, intersectional feminist would, reinforce all of that. Are we left with then advocacy that's actually needs to be focused on basic guaranteed income? Thank you both.
Denise?
Yes. So yes, indeed, basic income is something that has been espoused around the world as a way to realize the right to food. So yes, it'd be fantastic if this country actually espoused such measures.
I think I just very briefly, so the first gig, and I say gig instead of job because it wasn't paid, but the first real project I was involved with after I graduated from college was I started a CSA, a community supported agriculture project in central Harlem in New York City, in kind of at the time, plus years ago, was kind of in like a food desert. And this CSA, I partnered with a farmer from a little further upstate in New York to bring, you know, fruit and vegetable to this neighborhood that didn't have access to affordable fruits and vegetables, and processed food, maybe vegetarian and meat-based, was just much more readily available and cheaper. And one of the things that was really important to me in creating the CSA was making sure that we accepted food stamps, and I had to go through a lot of paperwork to make that possible, and also to set the price for the CSA on a sliding scale, so that people that didn't have access to food stamps, also depending on, you know, their circumstances, could access this food in a really affordable way. And so when I think about, you know, the possibility that a tax would have a disproportionate impact on low-income people, I recognize that. And I think one of the challenges that we need to face is solving the food desert crisis and making fresh fruits and vegetables and plant-based protein really readily available and really, really affordable. So to me, the answer isn't don't tax meat, it's make plant-based food extremely accessible and affordable everywhere, especially in low-income communities. And that has to be, you know, that was a priority long before I started thinking about it 20 years ago, and it still should be today.
It occurs to me that if you structure this pathway as one where the tax on the meat is supporting the fruits and vegetables, you create a system where we remain dependent on the sales of the meat.
That's true.
So, I mean, ultimately that structurally you have to do it
That's
some
true.
other way.
That's right.
How about applying all of these things to the industrial agricultural products first, and let's see what the consequences are. Environmental impacts. Just apply it to the industrial product. And I think you apply it at the producer level. As I said before, only about 15% of what we spend at the producer level. If you put a 50% tax on industrial agricultural producer level, you basically would eliminate it, but would increase prices at the consumer level by 7%.
So for people on Zoom, that was Professor Eichert from our first panel who suggested starting with taxing at the agricultural producer level. And I'm sorry, industrial agricultural. We should have a mic for the audience because my repeating is I'm gonna mangle things. The industrial agricultural level. And I will do a better job of repeating people's comments after going forward. Other comment? Yes, go ahead.
I was just wondering, piggybacking off what Peter was talking about, the impact on women. I wonder though if there will be a difference analyzing this issue in the short term, doing the cost benefit analysis now when we impose the tax, versus looking at the longer term implications. Because I would venture that women are also probably more disproportionately affected by meat consumption in terms of endocrine disruption, reproductive health, and all of those effects trickling down and negatively disproportionately impacting women. And so doing the cost benefit analysis in the short term may result in some temporary imposition or increase on the burden imposed on women, but extrapolating further down the road where presumably behaviors will shift in our demand of meat shifted, I would venture that women would actually be more benefited by this change.
Do you want to repeat the question or you want me to do it? Well, okay, so I'll just quickly, the suggestion, and it's really following up on Beta's comment on Iselin's paper, which is thinking about the impact on women of the tax. They may bear a disproportionate cost in the short term, but perhaps they face more of a long-term cost from the actual consumption of meat and dairy, so that if you did a long-term cost benefit, they might come out ahead. It might be a positive cost benefit.
And I would only add that I think the long-term benefit, I mean, all genders benefit, but certainly, you know, mothers or parents are going to benefit from like a society, a culture, a species that is like living more, you know, more in balance with its ecosystem. And I think that that requires a significant reduction in animal eating. So yes, there's definitely invisible labor involved that I think you were extremely accurate to point out. And I think that it's like to Katja's point, I think necessary to really take both a short-term view, middle-term view, and long-term view. And I think that there might be benefits, to all parents and to mothers in that way.
Beta, do you want to jump in? You have a thought?
I do. I just want to say, like, it would have to, I think, be coupled with broader policies again, with respect to, for example, paid maternity leave. So if women want to not use substitute formula, which again, right, and then have to, if you and actually nurse their children, which is known to have incredible health benefits that actually, in fact, relate to the microbiome as well as other things. And again, women's milk is actually incredibly sophisticated, with fore milk and hind milk being different in carbohydrate and fat protein content, right? So getting the sugars up front and then getting more sustaining, filling aspects in nursing and breast milk. Well, then there are all sort of 10 things that have to be done together, right? So towards better relations, generally speaking, right? So that all these things can happen, because, you either have to nurse your child or you have to give the child formula. So and I've written a little bit about this in my Eat This paper. But so those are the implications. And again, if you are in a position where you can't pump and you can't nurse, and you're left feeding with formula because your work conditions are such, so we're left with this sort of a desire, I think, to move various policies forward together. So I think food policy is not about food. It's about environment, waste, industrial agriculture, workers' rights. Like I think this conference has nicely established so far, all of these things, right? Agrochemical regulations and so forth. Yeah.
Terrific. Well, it is 2 o'clock, and I want to thank. Oh, go ahead.
Before we wrapped up, I want to do one tiny shameless plug, but also one recommendation. Beta, you recommended Gathering Moss by Robin Wall Kimmerer. I love that book, and I just want to recommend another book by her called Braiding Sweetgrass. It's one of my favorite books of all time. It's about indigenous wisdom, scientific knowledge, and plant culture, and it's a really fascinating read. And about the chimera, I have actually a short personal essay, not legal essay, but it's called The Great Chimera, and it's about or chimera, it's about chimerism. So just picking up on, there's a lot of sort of overlapping themes in all of our work. So thank you for bringing up those topics, and it's been great to be on this panel with you. Sorry
And
no.
with you all in person. Great to be on a panel with all of you as well. And I wish I was there with in person.
I think this panel worked really well. Okay, very good. So I thought it was a terrific panel, and we're gonna let's thank everybody. And we have a 30-minute break now, so we will be reconvening at 2:30 Central. What do you think about cutting and pasting the questions that have come in through Zoom and sending them to the panelists that they were intended for?
I'd love to,
because there were a
see
lot of
what
questions
people
for
asked.
her, and she should see them. We have a lot for you.
I was trying to, and I've seen none of them, and I'd love to. Thank
So
you
here are my
much.
handwritten notes with lots of questions. I covered a little bit. I did the excise tax thing, and my point about the perverse incentive that we become dependent on
That's all right.
Hey, Joanna, can you hear me?
Okay, fantastic.
Yes.
All right, perfect. So I don't know if you've seen the beginning of the other two panels, but it's going to start with Professor Robin Rotman, the moderator of the panel. She's going to give just brief introductions. And then once those are over, I'm gonna have you share your screen and shoot it right over to you.
Okay, sounds perfect. I'm ready to go.
All right, perfect. Can't wait.
Thanks for today.
I'm- All right, we're ready to begin whenever you are. I'll start this video up.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. If I could ask you to wrap up your conversations and take a seat, we'll start the third panel. Time to get going, guys. All right. Am I good?
Yes.
Well, welcome to the final panel of today's event. My name is Robin Rotman, and I'm an assistant professor here at Mizzou. I am an attorney and legal scholar, but my appointment is actually over at the College of Agriculture, Food and Natural Resources. So it's really an honor to be able to moderate this panel today. The way we'll do things is I'll just briefly introduce each of our three speakers. We have one joining by Zoom and two here in person. Then each speaker will have about 30 minutes to present their paper. And we might have time for like one or two like burning questions at the end of each of their talks. But then we thought we'd reserve the final portion, the final 30 minutes for a panel discussion. So I know it's sometimes hard being the last panel of the day, but I think we will not have any trouble to hold your attention based on these topics and these speakers. So we're first going to hear from Joanna Sachs, again, who's joining us by Zoom. Professor Sachs is a professor of law at California Western School of Law, and her research is at the nexus of law and science. Her articles address ways to incentivize the advancement of science and protect scientific inquiry and innovation. She analyzes and questions policies that create barriers to basic science research, mostly by focusing on NIH-funded research. She combines her education with her legal background in her research and teaching. She has a JD and a PhD in cell and molecular biology from the University of Pennsylvania. And after law school, she was an associate at Morgan Lewis. And I would also note that in 2020, the student body of California Western School of Law honored her with the Professor of the Year award. So please join me in welcoming Professor Sachs.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Will we see her or?
I'm going to share my screen. Can you just nod if you can hear me?
Yeah, I'm gonna do the other two introductions and then turn it over to you. Okay, so our second speaker will be Agnes Gamble West from Appalachian State University. Professor Gamble West is the head of scholarly communications and is also an assistant professor in the Belk Library at Appalachian State, where she is responsible for copyright and publishing. Her research focuses on intellectual property and innovation. And she is the co-chair of the North Carolina Blockchain Initiative and an appointee to the North Carolina Innovation Council, as well as the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond's Business and Consumer Payments Advisory Council. So I hope she can tell us whether interest rates are going to go up next week. And then our third speaker will be Professor Katja Cronin of George Washington University School of Law. She's currently a visiting associate professor there in the Fundamentals of Lawyering program. And she previously taught scholarly writing also at GW Law. Dr. Cronin's scholarship focuses in the areas of constitutional law, complex commercial litigation, medical and pharmaceutical liability, and environmental law. And she began her legal career as a litigation associate at Latham & Watkins. So please join me in welcoming our panelists both on Zoom and in person. We're so glad to have you and glad you made it safe. And so with that, Professor Sachs, the floor is yours.
Great. Can you just nod if you can hear me? Can you let me know if you can hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, thanks so much. I'm going to share my screen. Let's hope this goes well. And can you all see my first slide?
Yep.
Great, perfect. All right, I'm going to get started. I'm going to talk for about 20 minutes. So if there's a burning question, I should be able to take that and not take up my other panelists' time. So I just want to thank the Law Review so much for hosting this today and having me. And I'm thrilled about the topic. It's such an interesting topic. And today we're hearing many different perspectives on it. I'm going to talk about genetically engineered food, which is colloquially known as GMOs, and how the science behind genetically engineered food can address food security and climate change, or be one solution among many with respect to making more food for more people, more nutritious food, and also trying to decrease human impact on climate change. So let's see if I can get this to go forward. There we go. So the overview of my talk is that food is a public health issue. Food is maybe in this crowd, food is seen as a public health issue. Certainly in the last panel, we saw that, but people generally don't think of food as a public health issue. They think of health, sort of disease as a public health issue, but we need to start talking about food as a public health issue, particularly with respect to food security. And we need to solve this public health issue. And my research looks at ways to utilize science to solve the issues of food security and sustainability. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about how the international regulation of genetically engineered crops is a barrier to this scientific solution, and also how consumers misperceive the risk. The evidence-based assessment of risk of genetically engineered crops on the market is zero, essentially. And but consumers are assigning a high risk, and we see this in calls for mandatory labeling and other forms of regulation. And so my research aims to close the divide between individuals' misperception of risk and evidence-based assessment of risk. So food is a public health issue because malnutrition is the leading cause of death and disease worldwide. It's the #1 cause, and climate change is an existential crisis. And if we don't start to address, take more steps to address climate change, the future is much bleaker. And of course, there's a strong relationship between agriculture and climate change. Now, there's many components of agriculture that are not good for, that are inversely related to climate change, or maybe I should say directly related. Of course, deforestation to grow crops, transportation of crops, resources that you use to grow crops. So there's a very strong relationship between agriculture and climate change. So we need to make more food, more nutritious food. The population's growing. It's also, with climate change, the temperature is going to change. We're going to have different insects, different food crops aren't going to be able to be grown in the same places. And we need to decrease the impact of agriculture on climate change. So sort of initially, some people in this room might know quite a bit about genetically engineered food, but I think, but some people don't understand that our entire, and I'm just talking about crops, not animals, our entire crop food supply is genetically modified. We've been modifying crops for thousands of years before we even understood the molecular basis. And this was done through sort of crossing different crops together, and more so in the past maybe 100 to 200 years, the types of genetic modifications which were done through what's called traditional techniques include using radiation, chemical mutagenesis. And so manufacturers essentially hit the seeds with these genetic mutagenic substances, and then they grow up the seeds and they see what they get. And some seeds won't survive because the molecular changes are too great and the seeds don't survive, but other seeds do survive. And maybe the manufacturer finds a better looking strawberry or a better tasting green pepper. And then that's what we call our conventional food supply. And that's also what's grown in organic farming. So organic farmers use genetically modified seeds that are genetically modified through these mass mutagenic techniques. We often don't know the molecular changes, but the food supply is safe because there's many processes at the commercialization process that, even though we sort of don't understand what happened through the radiation or through the chemical mutagenesis or through the hybridization techniques, the resulting crops are safe. And that's what we all eat. And genetic engineering techniques are a more precise way to obtain changes than these traditional techniques. And we've learned how to manipulate the DNA of crops and mammalian cells over the past 50 years. And initially, there were many concerns, which I'll talk about when I talk about the regulation. But the initial concerns in the 1980s and 1990s have not been borne out. We have decades of research, and the National Academies of Science released a report in 2016, concluding after 140 pages that they simply could not find a safety issue, a biodiversity issue, or a health issue. So these are very precise techniques where we would actually know the genetic change. And so it's a way, and we can also obtain crops using these molecular biology techniques. We can create characteristics that we could not create through the traditional mass mutagenic techniques. So what are some sort of cool examples? One is golden rice. So golden rice is a staple crop in many countries and nations. And in some African nations, for example, at dusk, children become blind. They become blind because they have a vitamin deficiency. And golden rice is fortified using molecular techniques to produce the precursor to the vitamin that leads to this vitamin deficiency. So rice is a major food source for many of these cultures where the children suffer. And for political reasons, not safety reasons, golden rice has been sort of kept out of being approved in many places. But it's an example where you're going to grow rice, the rice can be more nutritious, and we can help alleviate childhood blindness. The honey sweet plum is another example. So plums can get infected with this virus, the plum pox virus, that's carried by aphids, which are little insects. And the honey sweet plum is genetically engineered to be more resistant to this virus, so with no safety issues. So these plums can be grown, less application of external pesticide, higher yields. And that has, for regulatory reasons, the EPA required that honey sweet plum be labeled as a pesticide because it has this innate ability to ward off the plum pox virus. Of course, most consumers aren't going to buy fruit that's labeled as a pesticide because that's very aversive. So that's an example where we can use science for higher yield, less external application of pesticide, which would also be good for the environment, because throwing away crops or having crops be infested is sort of not, it contributes to climate change. And then many crops, if they don't get enough water, they'll senesce, they'll sort of die, or they'll go into hybridization. And there's a lot of research right now to try to sort of switch around the genes that make the plants senesce so that we could grow plants with less water. So higher yield, more plants, less water, marrying food security and the impact on climate change. Now, many in the literature, and actually some farmers, want to combine organic farming techniques with the genetically engineered crops. And so that's been called for by others because you can genetically engineer crops to be more pest resistant, for example, and so less use of external application of pesticide, which is an organic farming technique. And so these, the technology could be combined with organic farming techniques, but currently in the United States, organic farmers are not allowed to grow any seeds from any genetically engineered crops. So the international regulation also impacts the ability to use science to solve the twin problems, not completely solve, but contribute to the solutions of the twin problems, food security and climate change. And I'm going to go through this in a very quick manner. These regulations are very complicated, but in the United States, we actually have a pretty permissive policy allowing the growing of genetically engineered crops. That sort of the caveat is that it's so expensive to go through it that it keeps out sort of small biotech firms, but putting that aside for a moment. In the US, we have what's called the coordinated framework. The EPA cares about pesticides, the USDA cares about plant pests, and the FDA cares about a safe food supply. So depending on the crop that's grown, they have to become deregulated under the FDA, the USDA, and or the EPA. But many crops are deregulated and are grown in the United States. The problem is that some farmers won't grow them because they export their crops, particularly commodity crops. They will export their crops to other countries. And if other countries won't buy those crops because they're genetically engineered, then that impacts the crops that the farmers in the US will grow. The EU does not have a permissive policy. Actually, for animal feed, they're fine with genetically engineered crops, but for humans, they have a very complicated structure, which is based on the precautionary principle, which says that unless you can prove to us that the risk is zero, we're going to take a precautionary approach. But in science, the risk is never zero, unlike lawyers who, sort of present facts as, black and white. Scientists say, well, it's always possible there's a future risk. We're not aware of it, and we don't think there's any real risk. But under the precautionary principle, that largely keeps out, Europe doesn't grow a ton of crops, but it keeps out trading with Europe. And if incoming shipments are contaminated with genetically engineered crops, which can happen because seeds fly in the wind, those shipments can be rejected, which means that trading partners with the European Union are particularly hesitant, and many trading partners, like in African nations, are particularly hesitant to grow any crops from genetically engineered seeds because they don't want their shipments to be returned. China has also regulates genetically engineered crops. You have to go through their regulatory structure and have approval through your home country's regulatory structure. It's a lot of hurdles, but they do import and grow genetically engineered crops, but it is a lot of regulation. And so farmers from if you're not in China, you have to make sure that you would be able to export your crop to China. Sort of the long and the short is we have a global food supply. And without having a unitary international regulation of genetically engineered crops, there's a disincentive to grow it, to grow these crops. And there is sort of it makes it complicated because our system is global, and it's hard to have a global system with different regulations in the major players within that system. So my research focuses a lot on individuals' misperception of risk. And besides the international regulation, which puts up some barriers, consumers are resisting genetically engineered crops. In the US, we call for labeling, and sort of and have this idea that, some individuals, have this idea that genetically engineered crops, food with from genetically engineered crops is unsafe, which is not true based on the science. And I'll talk a little bit, this carries into other areas of science as well. But the two decision-making theories that impact perceptions of risk that I'm going to talk about today, there are numerous theories, but these two particularly resonate with me. And to sort of keep it simple, I'm only going to focus on two today. So the first one is the affect heuristic. This is work by Paul Slovic and others up at Oregon State, and he's extremely well known. I mean, many people have picked up his research, but his research says that a faint whisper of emotion impacts how individuals perceive risk. So if individuals perceive fear or dread, they're going to assign a high risk and a low benefit. If they experience emotions of happiness, they want to replicate those feelings of happiness, and they'll assign a high benefit and a low risk, regardless of the evidence-based assessment of risk. So if somebody fears flying, that they're going to, die in a plane crash, they are scared of the flight, but not scared of the drive to the, they assign a high risk to the plane ride, but not the drive to the airport. Of course, the drive to the airport statistically is much more dangerous. And so fear and dread are examples of how people sort of, regardless of the evidence, will assign a high risk. Ambiguity aversion is a theory pioneered by Daniel Ellsberg. And this says that if people there's decades of research on this, so I'm cutting it down to 30 seconds, but ambiguity aversion says that if you if people receive conflicting or missing information, they sort of can't separate it, and they assign a high risk and a low benefit. So for example, someone hears like, oh, GMOs are associated with cancer. And then they also hear GMOs are not associated with cancer. They sort of can't once they've heard it, they can't unhear it. The conflicting information makes it ambiguous, and people will assign individuals will assign a high risk and a low benefit, regardless of the evidence-based assessment of risk. And both of these theories have been empirically tested for many decades, although not on this particular topic that I'm talking about today. I've done a little bit of work on it. And so these theories are helpful to help us sort of understand why is there consumer resistance. And misperception of risk matters, because if we want to implement policies that promote goals of improving food security and addressing the human impact on climate change, the citizenry will reject these policies if they will not accept these policies if they think that the government's got it wrong. And the government has gotten it wrong, and I'm sure I'm going to get that question later. They're not going to accept these policies. They're not going to behave in the way that the government seeks, because the law, of course, is there to change behavior, control behavior. So one example of this is vaccine hesitancy or anti-vaccine sentiment. That's when people assign a high risk to a vaccine and a low benefit. The evidence-based assessment is that vaccines are low risk and high benefit. And of course, we're seeing this in the COVID-19 pandemic where people are refusing to get vaccinated. And even if there's vaccine mandates, it'll change some people, but people are really opposed to vaccine mandates, and they're opposed to they're opposed to being forced to get vaccinated. And of course, the policy is reflecting the risk. But I will say with the COVID-19 vaccine, this was entirely predictable. It was entirely predictable that we would have significant vaccine hesitancy and vaccine refusal because it's been growing for decades. And I do a lot of research in this area, and I have a forthcoming paper on that, which I can talk about in the Q&A. But back to food. It's entirely predictable with genetically engineered food. It's entirely predictable that that if we don't align individuals' perception of risk with the evidence-based assessment of risk, that we won't be able to use science to help address the twin issues of food security and climate change. Just like we're having trouble using science to address the COVID-19 pandemic using vaccines. it is predictable that we could have the same impact, that individuals misperceiving risk, that they won't comply with the policy won't change their behavior because they misperceive the risk. And so sort of the next phase of my research is looking at interventions. How do we close the divide between an individual's misperception of risk and evidence-based assessment of risk? How do we close that divide? My research is not really aimed so much at the final decision. Somebody could say, I think the risk of genetically engineered food made from genetically engineered crops is low. I just choose not to eat it. That's fine. My research doesn't actually look at the final decision, as long as people are appropriately assigning risk to make the final decision. And so many legal scholars look at risk regulation at the policy level. And my research says, I don't even think we can get to the policy level yet, because you can do risk regulation at the policy level, but if the individuals don't buy into the policy, you're going to have litigation, you're going to have non-compliance. And so my research looks at ways to intervene, understanding how people make decisions through emotion, through ambiguity aversion, through other forms of decision-making theories, to see if information can be presented in a way such that individuals can appropriately assign risk. And so the goal is to allow individuals to understand sort of how the risk of the science, and to be able to find solutions to both improve the food supply and lessen the impact on climate change without killing a technology before it's even had a chance to be useful as a solution to that problem. So I will stop there, and thank you very much for your time.
Well, thank you so much for those thoughtful remarks. And it is 3 o'clock. Let's say one question we'll take from the Q&A. And yeah, very good. Okay, so there's a number in the chat. We will just focus on the first one, which is some of the speakers previously talked about the way to move away from monoculture towards farms with more diverse.
Sorry, are you talking to me? Because I can't hear you.
You're gonna have to have a mic. Remember that.
Yeah. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, that's much better. Thank you so much.
Okay, super. So some of the previous speakers talked about the need to move away from monoculture and towards farms with more biodiversity. What are your thoughts on this? Can genetically modified foods fit into this scheme?
Yeah, I mean, so it's the science behind it which allows you to get a desired characteristic. I understand the concerns with monocultures. Actually, it's sort of a complicated response, but hear me out. The current structure in the US for genetically engineered food, it takes about 10 years and $134 million to be deregulated, which means you can grow the crop and sell it. So that's going to fade. So the manufacturers that are going to go through that are largely the big manufacturers, right? Monsanto and whoever else. So they're going to do commodity crops, soy, cotton, beets, or whatever it is. They're going to do the big commodity crops, which are the monocultures that I believe that that you're referring to. And so given that there's not, we can test for the safety just like we test in traditional techniques. If you actually lower the regulation, you open the marketplace for other products. So it's actually over-regulated due to the safety, but also these smaller niche products, if you want to move away from the monocultures, there has to be a marketplace for them. So they have to both be able to develop and not go through this. I mean, remember that the big corporations, they love this regulatory structure. This favors them because they can keep out all the small competitors. And so if you want to get away from the monocultures and really use this technology to make more nutritious crops, and solve sort of other agricultural issues, then you need to lower the regulation and make sure that the consumer marketplace is there. So I hope that, so the answer is, yeah, I think there's still like a lot of value. But you know, to have pest resistant crops and crops that don't require as much water and sort of other traits. But there's sort of a lot of changes that you have to make to get there.
Well, Professor Sachs, thank you so much for your talk and for answering that question. There's a number of other questions for you, but hopefully we'll have a chance to address those in the panel format. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I believe that the screen now will be changed. So join me in welcoming our second speaker, Professor Agnes Gamble-West. Thanks so much for being here.
Oh, just take it off. So, how's everybody doing today? I just want to say thank you, first of all, to Better Journal and the law school for inviting me here. And so I've really just enjoyed the symposium so far. So today I'm going to be talking about using geographical indications, DAOs, and blockchain tracing to protect the future of food and wine in rural America. Let me just. Let me see if I can switch it on. You want to try? Huh? Okay. There we go. Okay.
You have a beautiful picture too.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, this is what it looks like where I'm from in Appalachia, Blue Ridge Mountains. Okay, so today we are going to be talking about geographical indications and why you should care, how to protect GIs, why Appalachia in particular needs GIs, and then we're going to discuss a couple of different innovative ways to support the adoption of GIs using blockchain technology. So first of all, what is a geographical indication? A geographical indication, or a GI, is a name used on products that have a specific geographic origin and possess qualities or reputation that are due to that origin. So a very classic example of this is Roquefort cheese. Roquefort cheese comes from the town of Roquefort in southern France. The cheese is actually made from the milk of the French Lacan sheep, which is native to the region. And the cheese is aged in the caves of in the Roquefort area, which occur naturally to the region. And inside the caves, there is this mold that actually gives the cheese this distinctive flavor. So an appellation of origin, and I've used the French pronunciation, but you can also say appellation. Appellation of origin is a special type of geographical indication. So another classic example of this is Champagne. And the Champagne comes from the Champagne region in France. And the Champagne wine has a distinctive flavor because it's all due to the natural factors in the environment. So for example, the soil in the region has a lot of chalk and limestone in it. And so as a result, it gives it that nice minerally flavor. So what's the difference between geographical indications and appellations of origin? It really comes down to how strong is the link to the geographic area. And so if you have an appellation of origin, you have to have a really strong link to that geographic area. Specifically, those qualities and characteristics of the product must be exclusively due to the region, and all of the production steps must take place in the region. So why should you care about geographical indications? Well, if you're a consumer of food and wine, you care about food safety, for example, protection against misleading information. You want to know about the authenticity and quality of the food. especially if you're paying a high price for the product. And you also want a greater selection of products. If you're a producer from Europe or elsewhere abroad, you really care about geographical indications. You want exclusive use of that name, and you also want to protect that traditional know-how. So if you think of those, the folks who create the Roquefort cheese, they've been doing that for hundreds of years, and they want to protect that secret recipe and process. And producers also want to be able to sell their products at a premium. So what about US producers? Well, it depends. If you're a producer of wine in the United States, you care about geographical indications because they're, think of Napa Valley. They're creating really distinctive wines over there. They want protection over those wines. However, if you're a producer of cheese in America, you do not like geographical indications. You want to be able to use those common food names, for example, like cheddar and fontina, so that you can sell your products abroad. So those cheese producers are actually worried about international law because it might prevent them from exporting their products to countries where the names are already protected. So how do you protect a geographical indication? Well, it is complicated because it deals with international law, treaties, and then you also have to deal with the interactions between the laws of different countries. But the three main international treaties that you need to know about related to GIs is the TRIPS agreement, the Lisbon agreement, and the Geneva Act. And the TRIPS agreement just gives a baseline protection for GIs. It requires members to actually just have a legal system to protect GIs in your country. The Lisbon agreement, however, it provides protection at the international level for appellations of origin only. And the Geneva Act extends the Lisbon agreement to give protection to geographical indications. So this Geneva Act, it entered into force in 2020. So again, it gives a really broad scope of protection to both geographical indications and appellations of origin. Under the Geneva Act, there's no protection for existing generic marks. However, once a GI is registered under the Geneva Act, it can never become generic, which is one of the reasons why America did not sign this act. So the Geneva Act opened the door to litigation over the use of common food names, and this started a new wave of clawback attempts from Europe for certain food names. So for example, currently the term Gruyere is being litigated in the United States. There were a couple of food consortiums in Europe from France and Switzerland who sued to protect the term Gruyere as a certification mark in the United States, and the food producers in the United States obviously said, no, we're not going to stand for that. And so they brought the case before the Trademark Trial and Appeal Board. And actually, US courts have said that Gruyere is generic in America. This case is currently being appealed in the Fourth Circuit. So we'll see what happens, once they rule on it. So in the United States, geographical indications are protected by existing law. And so currently, if you have a geographical indication in mind, you have three ways to protect that. You can protect it as a regular trademark, a collective mark, or a certification mark. Now, if you have a geographical term in the name of your mark, then you have to disclaim it because it's considered to be descriptive and not inherently distinctive, and so you can't register that. But if that geographic term has secondary meaning, which means that the public would identify, they would know the source of that product, then you can keep it in there. And that's for trademarks and collective marks. Now for certification marks, there is an exception to that. You can actually register the geographic term in the name of the GI. Now, GIs can also be protected in America under federal law and state law. So one of the most famous examples is bourbon. In 1964, bourbon was, Congress enacted a law to protect bourbon and made it a distinctive product of the United States. So that means if someone in Japan decides they want to make bourbon, they can do that, but they just can't call it bourbon. And similarly for state law in Georgia, they have the Vidalia Onion Act, and this protects the use of the mark Vidalia onions, and it's only for onions that are produced in a specific area of Georgia. So just to dig a little bit deeper on the two most popular ways to protect GIs in America, the certification mark and the collective mark, there are a couple of quirks that you do need to know about. For example, the certification mark is owned by a collective or a government body, so not an individual. And the reason why is because a private actor would be able to discriminate against who can use it. So when you're applying for a certification mark, you also have to submit certification standards. And so anyone who complies with those certification standards can use that certification mark. For a collective mark, it's owned by a collective, again, similar to the certification mark. But in this instance, the members define the parameters of membership. And so if you're a member of that collective, then you have permission to use that geographical indication. So how can the Appalachian region benefit from the protection of GIs? So the Appalachian region consists of 13 states. It spans from southern New York to northern Mississippi. And a lot of people don't actually know that it goes that far north, but it does. It's known for being rural and remote. There are a lot of small towns and a lot of poverty. There are some industries that are harmful to people and the environment. So here we've got the timber industry, coal mining, and then chicken farming. And then, of course, you've got the negative stereotypes. But case studies show that using geographical indications in distressed regions supports rural economic development. And there are many economic, social, and environmental benefits to using GIs. Some of those economic benefits includes creating jobs and economic activity in the area, and then attracting tourism to the area. I know so many people who have traveled hundreds and thousands of miles to go get tours at the Roquefort Caves in France. And so also, protecting GIs in a region also discourages people from moving out of the rural area, and it also prevents production from moving to lower cost areas like China. So some of the social benefits includes using GIs will protect traditions from being lost over time. It creates local pride in the area. And because these groups are creating products of quality, it strengthens the reputation of the region. And then there are the benefits for the environment as well. So for example, when you're applying for a certification mark, you can bake into the certification standards certain sustainable environmental management processes. And just by protecting the GIs, you're preserving biodiversity by supporting the local ecosystem. So I'm sure you're wondering how many Appalachian GIs already exist. So after doing a search on the US Patent and Trademark database, it retrieved one certification mark and it was dead. And that mark was for new Appalachian cuisine. So there aren't many certification marks, but there are quite a few collective marks. And so in doing a search, it is difficult because when this search in particular, the word Appalachian was actually in it. But you can also have a county in Appalachia that would technically be considered a geographical indication in Appalachia. So you'd really have to check those certification statement to see how the region is defined. So an example. Oh, were you going to ask a question? Oh, Tennessee whiskey. Yeah, I love it too. A great example of a geographical indication in Appalachia is Tennessee whiskey, and it's not considered an Appalachian GI, but it is a GI in Appalachia, if that makes sense. So there is evidence to suggest that these GIs can be organically supported because there are just tons of food festivals around. And I think that's a great way to celebrate these GIs. So the bottom line is that more geographical indications should be created for the Appalachian region and within the Appalachian region. So how do you encourage the use of geographical indications? So in doing this research, there are a couple of barriers that I've identified that are keeping people from actually creating GIs, and that's forming an entity to actually own the GI and then maintaining quality control of the GI. So I'm suggesting a couple of different ways to tackle that through innovation. So just as a reminder, GIs are owned by collectives. And there are real challenges to forming collectives for GIs. For example, it's really difficult to coordinate membership among producers that are spread out across a region. And it's also difficult to cooperate with a group of different stakeholders. So you've got small artisan farmers potentially in the same collective as industrial farmers. And so that creates challenges over power and resources and who has the most say and all that. And then when you get to the point when you're agreeing on certification standards, that also creates problems because the industrial players will want to set industrial standards. And that's going to be really hard for the small artisan farmers to comply with. So it's also difficult to form a legal entity that supports this membership model. And I mean, it's just hard in general to just get a bunch of people together and start a business or form a company. And it's also difficult to raise funds to maintain control over use of the GI term. So you can't just, apply for the GI, register it, and then that's it. You actually have to control the use of it, and that takes money. So there are 3 options for formation of this collective to own a GI mark, and that would be an unincorporated nonprofit association, a member-managed LLC, and a nonprofit organization. But there are challenges with each of these options. So for example, an unincorporated nonprofit association, there's no limited liability coverage. And also there might be difficulties in actually owning and holding the IP. It just depends on state law. And then for member managed LLCs, well, the membership can change over time. So that might affect power dynamics. And the operating agreement has to be carefully constructed in order to avoid changes in governance. And then of course, LLCs, aren't eligible for grants. So that would create problems for raising money. And then nonprofit organizations, they're not member managed. So they're less democratic. And you also have to go through a board of directors in order to make decisions. And it's resource intensive. So an example would be Napa Valley Vintners. They have a huge budget and most of it is used, not only to support membership, but also to protect their mark. So one solution to this entity formation problem is to form a DAO. Now, I'm just curious, how many of you know what a DAO is? No one, okay. This should be fun. All right, so a DAO is a decentralized autonomous organization. And what that means is it's a member-owned community run by smart contracts and governed through collective decision-making. So another way to think of it is that a DAO enables online communities to form, pool resources, and coordinate towards common goals, all run trustlessly on code or via code. And DAOs come in all different shapes and sizes. You can use a DAO to build a community, raise funds, or even just literally run an organization. So I'm not sure if y'all heard about the Constitution DAO. Did you hear about this? This happened late last year. There were about 17,000 people who rallied online and raised about $47 million to try and buy a copy of the US Constitution. And they did it in just a matter of days. And so it just goes to show you just the power of this technology in getting people to cooperate together towards a common cause. So there are many benefits of DAOs. They're cheaper and faster to set up versus your traditional LLC or nonprofit. They're governed by members, so it's democratic decision-making. They can also be structured to create an equilibrium of power dynamics depending on how you structure your voting rights. And treasury resources are controlled by members. And then there's all sorts of efficient digital voting mechanisms and communication channels. And it's also very efficient for fundraising. So when we apply the DAO framework to the GI model, this is what we get. It's easier to coordinate dispersed membership across a region digitally, and it's easier to democratize participation among different stakeholders. And it's easier, faster, and cheaper to form a legal entity. There's actually DAO LLC legislation in Wyoming, and you can use the Delaware LLC Act to form a DAO too if you wanted. And it's much easier to raise funds to maintain control over the use of GI compared to traditional ways. And you can do that with the global cryptocurrency payment system. So if you think that this is just crazy and never going to happen, it already has happened. Elon Musk's brother has started what's called the Big Green DAO. and it's a nonprofit philanthropic DAO. And what they do is they have restructured the grant making process. And they give grants out to nonprofits that teach people how to grow food. But they have restructured this grant making process so that it's, instead of the board of directors making the decision, it's actually the grantees and the donors. So the second challenge to greater adoption of GIs is maintaining quality control to preserve the reputation of GIs. So maintaining a geographical indication takes a lot of work. And you have to really invest in quality control because that keeps the quality of the product standardized, and it also increases the reputation of the product. So the solution to that is to use blockchain tracing technology. And blockchain tracing applications allow multiple parties to transact directly via these peer-to-peer networks so that all the participants share the same access to the same information. And so what this does, it gives them a unified view of all of the data in the system. And this is compared to traditional supply chains that are paper-based and they have disjointed data systems. And so what happens is it leads to information silos. So using blockchain tracing applications, it's good. It's helpful to maintain the quality control for the GIs. In other words, it creates visibility within the supply chain, and that increases accountability to ensure that these certification standards are followed. It also allows you to trace provenance of food within literally seconds, and that builds trust. It also informs consumers about the origin of the goods, possible contamination issues, and then the counterfeiting of products. And so one company that's already working on this is IBM. They can build private blockchains for food ecosystems that can improve tracing and cooperation among partners. So the bottom line is that GIs are very relevant, and hopefully they can be implemented in Appalachia, the Appalachian region, or other distressed regions in America. And using these new innovative tools, blockchain technology, I think that there is a good potential for adoption to grow.
Thank you so much. I enjoyed that presentation immensely. I felt like I learned a lot, and sorry, it was literally laugh out loud funny. So thank you. And we do have time for a couple questions. And if I understand correctly, maybe I'll repeat the question into the microphone so the people on Zoom can hear it. And then if you were to answer from that position, I think it would also be picked up. So any questions here we'll start in the room.
I do have one. So when it comes to finding a product that would be, or finding a food that would be good for the geographical indications, or I don't know how to pronounce the applications. What would a community try and look for? Because not every community has the land for wine or the right soil. And it's just a curiosity, like some of the rural communities. What if they get together, like we want to do this? What should they look for in a food?
Right. I'll repeat that really quick. So Tyler's question is, what attributes of the food or of the region should be considered by a community if they're exploring this kind of idea?
Yeah, that's a really good question. First thing that crosses my mind is there's a product in Appalachia. I'll have it here, but you've never heard it. Yeah, it's nothing fancy. It's not necessarily a raw material, but it's something that is traditional Appalachia, and that potentially could be eligible. So I would just say that, to answer your question, I would just look at what the community values. They might have hidden treasure that you would never even think would be a possibility, but it's just been passed down from generation to generation. And if there is a special process that is used to create it, and in particular, if there's something that it grows naturally, and that's used in that as a material, the other thing is
in order to kind of set out those type of standards. So for example, you have to have somebody say, oh, there's carbon limestone in your soil, and therefore you're using this like guys.
Thank you.
I'd actually like to use the privilege and ask a question myself. Like I mentioned, I come from Mizzou's College of Agriculture, where we have an extension mandate and extension officers. And so as I was listening to your presentation, I couldn't help but also feel like it sort of straddled two worlds, both looking at legal, regulatory, also financial limitations. But also to me, this like screams extension, like we need a team of extension specialists to support this type of initiative. And so my question for you is more of a personal one to your work or to your university. Like so what's the next step for Appalachian State University to implement or support the implementation of this program?
Yeah, that's it. So I've reached out. Sorry, so we'll need to share that. So why don't I just have. Okay, yeah. So I've reached out to the Appalachian Regional Commission. They're a governmental body that is tasked with kind of managing and looking over rural economic development for the area. And I completely agree. I think there has to be these public-private partnerships and then work with universities in the region to do these kind of like co-op type of deals. And so since this is sort of the first step, I think the next step is really just to kind of map out an innovation plan and get a strategy as to really the gold standard would be to come up with a short-term framework or framework that enables people to do this in a short period of time. Because you're seeing people who are trying to get GIs in Canada, for example, it's taken them literally 15 years. And so I think that's another barrier to adoption. But so the next step would be that innovation plan and come up with this framework where people can like get on this runway and take certain steps that are well-defined and have that support from not only the university systems, but also from, for example, like the Appalachian Regional Commission. So, yeah.
Well, I know we could go on, but we'll hold the remainder of the questions to allow our next speaker her time. So I think we'll now relocate back to the podium.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much again. I want to echo the thanks that everyone has expressed to the BETR Journal for inviting us here today. This has been illuminating and really inspiring day, and I'm honored to close it off. But I'm also cognizant that I'm the only thing standing between you and the closing reception, so I'll endeavor to be brief, even though brevity is not my forte. We're also, to add insult to injury, I'm also going to take a very sharp turn away from talking about wine and champagne, and now we're going to talk about poisons and toxins. So at the risk of being alarmist, I'd like to inform you that statistically speaking, you and just about everyone you know currently have in your body significant levels of chemicals that have been linked to serious health implications. In fact, in the last 24 hours alone, probably most of you have ingested additional quantities of those same chemicals, and not by chugging down a bottle of toxins, but by the simple act of buttering your toast or eating yogurt or grabbing coffee, drinking our water bottles. Now, the simple act of doing that one time or one day is not going to have any significant implications for your health, but the cumulative effect, the ubiquitous nature of those chemicals and the cumulative effect that they have once they store in our bodies can have devastating consequences for our health. And so my purpose today is to convince you that these chemicals and their presence in our food supply should be considered a public health crisis. I go into a lot of regulatory details and in the weeds in my paper, but today I want to stay a little bit broader and talk to you first about the actual problem. I want to introduce you to those chemicals and tell you why on earth they are in your food supply. I also want to talk about FDA's failure to effectively regulate those chemicals. And then when I've scared you just about enough, I would like to offer you a little glimmer of hope and tell you that from where I sit, there is a simple, if not an easy solution to this problem that could be implemented without congressional action and just about immediately. All right, so on to the chemicals. What are those? Furan polyfluoroalkyl substances, or PFAS for short, thank God for acronyms, are a class of 4,700 chemicals and counting, and they all share some very common similar characteristics. In particular, they make surfaces water, grease, and heat resistant. And you can see how that can have wide applications. They were invented a little over 6 decades ago, and they were intended initially for the heavy industrial applications. So think uranium enrichment, jet oil lubrication and engine lubrication, building materials, waterproofing, firefighting foams, pesticide applications, things like that. Over the decades, as we've started using them more and more in more different contexts, scientists have realized, though, that along with those really interesting and useful properties come some less desirable properties. For one, these chemicals have the strongest chemical bond known in organic chemistry, which makes them virtually indestructible by the natural processes of biodegradation. And so if you've ever heard anything about PFAS in the last few years in the media, you've likely heard them referred as forever chemicals, precisely because they're likely to stay in the environment quite literally forever, absent intentional intervention. In addition to that strong bond, these chemicals are known to bioaccumulate. That means that as they go up the food chain, their impact magnifies. And so starting from plants, animals eat the plants, or we eat animals. And so by the time it comes to the top of the food chain, which is us, both their quantity and their impact has magnified tremendously. And also these chemicals are what scientists call biopersistent, meaning that once they lodge in live tissues, they can stay there for a really long time. For some of those chemicals, this is several years, 3, 5, 38 years for a certain number of those chemicals. So they don't excrete out of our bodies very easily. And then lastly, once they're inside living tissue, at this point, scientists have started proving, at least for a certain number of those chemicals, that they cause devastating health implications. So here's the parade of horribles that I'm not gonna list through, but thyroid, endocrine disruptions, reproductive health issues, cancer, all of those have been at this point pretty definitively linked to some of the most notable members of this family, and there's good reasons to believe that those health implications are caused by all of them, or the vast majority of them. Right, so why are we talking about those toxins in the food loss symposium? Unfortunately, because they're present in our food. There are several ways that these toxins can get into our food. One of them, the one that you see here on the bottom, is through environmental contamination. So as industrial processes dispose of their waste, those things go into our water supply, into our soil, and from there through food. But a more direct and actually more significant path for exposure to those chemicals is through food packaging, or through what we call food contact materials, which extends beyond packaging to anything that people use to store their food or cook their food or wrap their food. You could see there that the illustration shows French fries and hamburgers. And so that could create the impression that these chemicals are largely present in takeout food. And that is part of the story, but it's not all of it. So healthy brands talking about compostable and disposable dishes, all of those are chock full of these chemicals. Pizza boxes, your takeout containers, coffee cups, ice cream mugs, plastic wrappers, soft wrappers, hard wrappers, plastic drinking bottles, the coating on your griddle and on your pan and on any type of nonstick cookware. The list goes on, and at the risk of inducing seizure, I could not actually put all of the pictures here, but food contact materials by and large are currently laden with these chemicals, and that is a development that has progressed more and more over the last few decades, because the same thing that makes building materials waterproof and greaseproof evidently makes it so that your plate does not disintegrate under the grease and oil coming from French fries. And due to that convenience, we are now ingesting copious amounts of these chemicals in our food supply. And we're not just doing that by accident, we're doing that with the regulator's blessing in a way. So the FDA is charged with regulating food additives. The 1958 Food Additives Amendment gave the FDA the authority to regulate any substance that is not intended to become a main part of food, but is ultimately a component of food and may alter its characteristics. Later on in 1997, the Modernization Act carved out a special subset of food additives called food contact substances. And those are substances that have the potential to migrate into food from food contact materials. PFAS squarely falls within the definition of food contact substances. And under both of those pieces of legislation, food additives more generally and food contact substances are considered presumptively unsafe unless the FDA certifies them as safe. And similar to the precautionary principle that Professor Sachs talked about earlier, the presumption is that unless reasonable scientists can prove that something is safe, unless there is near consensus in the scientific community, these ingredients, these substances should not be authorized for use. And yet they are, they're everywhere in your supply. How can that be? Well, that same 1997 Modernization Act created what is known as the Food Contact Notification Program, under which, instead of going through a rigorous scientific review when a manufacturer wants to introduce a food contact substance into our stream of commerce, they instead file a food contact notification, which becomes automatically effective within 120 days unless the FDA chooses to act. And being short-staffed and having to review a whole lot of things, the FDA often just doesn't act. And so a lot of these food contact notifications automatically become effective. Manufacturers like to slap an FDA-approved logo on their website, telling consumers that those are safe because the FDA had the opportunity to review them and approve them, when in reality, the approval is really more a default market entry. To make matters worse, under the current FDA scheme, manufacturers are allowed and in fact encouraged to self-determine expected levels of migration and exposure. So the FDA tells manufacturers to kind of guess, to conduct their own testings under whatever testing conditions they would like to do, and then to certify what the expected exposure of consumers would be. And the lower the level of anticipated exposure, the lower the actual safety studies that those manufacturers have to provide. And so not surprisingly, over 85% of the notices filed over the last 20 years have claimed the absolute two lowest levels of exposure and therefore have provided no safety data. So under the standard of safety, they meet it in that they provide no information, and so no information is actually telling us that there is a problem. But obviously that is not the rigorous review that consumers expect or deserve. Even worse is the fact that the FDA conducts effectively no post-market review. The FDA would tell you that they have authority after a notification has become effective to review the science, and if something raises a red flag, they can always rescind a food contact notification. And they can, but they don't. Over the last 20 years, the FDA has approved or has let 83 separate food contact notifications for PFAS substances to become effective, and it has proactively rescinded 0. Earlier on in the 2010, 2015 range, several manufacturers voluntarily phased out production of some of the really bad chemicals that gain negative publicity. And subsequently, 5 or 6 years later, the FDA technically rescinded those notifications, but that's because the chemicals had been out of production and it was actually not causing any difficulty to the manufacturers, but they have never proactively banned a substance or proactively rescinded an effective food contact notification. And then lastly, there is also, just to completely make matters worse, there is also a loophole where the FDA currently allows manufacturers to make private GRAS determinations, that is generally recognized as safe substances determinations, and not notify anyone. There is no requirement for these GRAS determinations to be logged into a database or to be filed in any way. And given the FDA's general approach to PFAS and the fact that they have never once said that PFAS are problematic, they have never once rescinded the notification, it is perfectly logical to conclude that manufacturers can make those private GRAS determinations, and we wouldn't even know about it absent a proactive statement from the FDA banning that. All right, so that all looks really bad, but what can we do about it? Luckily, a lot. The FDA currently has in its authority all the tools in its tool bag, I should say, all the tools that it needs to act. It needs no congressional approval. It needs no coordination with any other agencies to be able to stem this crisis pretty quickly and pretty effectively. And so I propose a three-part solution. First, I propose that the FDA should withdraw, effective immediately or with a 2-year phase out, all current PFAS authorizations. That goes to both food contact notifications and any GRAS determinations that may or may not have been voluntarily filed with the FDA. Second, I propose that they route any future requests for PFAS authorizations through a more rigorous petition process rather than through the food contact notification. And then lastly, I propose instituting strict labeling and enforcement requirements akin to what Professor Gamber talked about in terms of graphic warnings and labeling. So taking those a little bit one at a time. So currently the database for food contact notifications shows that there are 61 outstanding food contact notifications, accounting for all of the ones that have been voluntarily rescinded or that subsequently the FDA withdrew after they were phased out of production. And so what the FDA needs to do is to follow its process of simple notice and comment process to rescind those notifications. It literally works like this. The FDA sends letters to the 61 manufacturers or to the 19 manufacturers who produce these 61 substances, telling them that new science has raised sufficient doubt and that unless the manufacturers are able to affirmatively overcome those doubts within 100 and something days, those notifications will be rescinded. It is literally that simple. The administrative burden of that action would be some, but it would not be overwhelming in any way. And then subsequently, once all currently effective notices have been rescinded, the FDA has, again, within its authority, the opportunity to switch this process to a petition process. To be able to do so, the FDA needs to do two things. First, it needs to lower its tolerance to exposure to PFAS. So currently, the FDA tolerates exposure of 50 parts per billion for each individual PFAS substance. And that does not mean 50 parts per billion in the product. That literally means 50 parts per billion going into the consumer's blood. When the EPA has determined that the safe tolerable limit for those same substances is 0.07 parts per billion, and the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry a couple of years ago criticized the EPA for having really high thresholds and said that those thresholds should actually be 10 times lower to 0.007 parts per billion. The FDA's incredibly high tolerance of the exposure to these substances is absolutely inexcusable, especially given the fact that the exposure to food products is the most direct route for consumption that we currently have. Were the FDA to lower its threshold limits to match the current EPA levels, those substances would automatically have to be switched to a petition process, a more rigorous petition process, where manufacturers would have to provide studies for the carcinogenicity and all other safety profile and effects of these substances, no matter the exposure limits. The other thing that the FDA could do is to start looking at PFAS as a class. Currently, the FDA is literally regulating PFAS as if it would look at the effect of one cigarette on human health. Well, one cigarette is not going to damage anybody's health, right? But a lifetime of exposure to cigarettes, undeniably damages people's health. The same thing is true for PFAS. One exposure to one PFAS chemical one time is going to be absolutely minuscule and it's going to have no effect on human health. But the overall exposure to each of these 4,700 and counting chemicals over a day, a week, a month, a lifetime, especially given the biopersistence of these chemicals, amount to a tremendous amount of exposure. And so if the FDA were to switch to looking at these chemicals as a class, again, its authority would kick in where they could switch the process to a more rigorous petition. And by doing so, they can require studies for the health implications of these chemicals at any exposure level. And then lastly, I argued that were they to switch the market authorization of these chemicals through a petition process, they also then have the authority to require labeling. And there are two types of labeling requirements that I propose. One is a proactive ban for things like greenwashing claims. So currently a lot of manufacturers use labels like PFAS free when all they mean is that the one or two types of PFAS that we've all heard about over the last 10 years are not present in their product. Never mind that another 150 types of PFAS that we haven't heard about are very much present there. And so these kinds of claims can mislead consumers into buying products that are still very much damaging to their health. California recently passed a bill that bans claims such as recyclable, compostable, and biodegradable on any products that contain PFAS, because when consumers buy those healthy Panera bowls and then throw them into the compost pile, that continues the cycle of contamination and makes those chemicals 100% available in our crop supply. And then the other type of labeling requirements are the affirmative inclusion of PFAS, where any PFAS to actually remain authorized on the market, be it as part of the two-year phase out after the FCNs are rescinded, or because through a petition process, any one of those got approved somehow, the FDA has the authority and should require warning labels akin to what we do in the context of tobacco, or in the context of allergens, or even in the context of food contact substances such as lead and cadmium occurring in pottery or dishes. This is like really hard to blow up, but that's a plate that contains lead and cadmium, and the FDA currently actively requires the notation of these substances. If we were to follow the scheme, I argue that the effect would be the banning of PFAS in food contact materials and a few more steps and a little bit less painful for the manufacturers, but ultimately that would be the effect, and that should be the effect. And that's the prudent course of action, not only in terms of public health, but also because that is an entirely feasible thing to do. Currently, there are countries in the European Union, most notably Denmark, that have banned the use of all PFAS as a class from food contact materials, and the sky has not fallen. Danish people still eat French fries and their plates do not disintegrate on contact. No one has written petitions to the Danish administration for food safety complaining about that. The US military last year banned the use of PFAS altogether from food contact materials or from ready meals to be delivered to the military. And that has only been in effect for 3 months, but so far it has worked successfully. And all vendors doing business with the government already have to comply with bans like that. California, Oregon, Maine, and a number of other states have started to enact partial bans. Most of those are going into effect in the next year or two, but about 10 states have already passed bans because of FDA's inaction. And so partially those bans are already starting to creep in. What also makes the ban of PFAS and FCMs feasible is the fact that currently both chemical and physical safe alternatives already exist. So cellulose alternatives, I forget what it's called, natural grease-proofing paper. So that's like a very densely packed paper produced from fibers, provide nearly the same type of waterproofing, grease-proofing, and heat resistance that the current PFAS-laden products provide. And so while that initially incrementally would increase the cost of manufacture, studies have calculated that even if consumers were to absorb the entire increase in the cost, that will ultimately amount to 0.05 cents per product per consumer. And I would argue that consumers should not be the ones absorbing the cost, but even if they were, that is a cost worth paying. Ultimately, if those bans go into effect, the economies of scale would likely decrease the price going forward even further. And then lastly, the most disturbing thing that I came across in my research was not actually the horrendous health implications of these chemicals in our food, but the really atrocious socioeconomic and racial implications that those chemicals have. It turns out that just about as everything else in our society, these chemicals do not affect everyone equally. Not only as a matter of socioeconomics, living in food deserts and having lower food security, having lower income, and having to get a lot more of those items that are single-use items or fast food and packaged items. Communities that are from disadvantaged backgrounds and communities of color get more exposed to PFAS. But disturbingly, there are also implications that affect those communities, even aside from accounting for socioeconomic factors. So things like targeted advertisement and placement of fast food establishments in those communities of color strategically and as a matter of almost cultural norms end up causing these horrendous effects in these communities. And so even as a matter of social and equitable policy, the FDA should be under the obligation to act. So I welcome any pressing or burning questions, and I'm sorry if I ruined anybody's dinner. Bring this over so we can share the microphone.
Well, I know there's a number of questions already, so I think I saw your hand up first. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Katya. This was both fascinating and disturbing. One of the most disturbing, I mean, all of it was kind of disturbing, but the 50, that number 50 next to like 0.07 or whatever. Is there a way, sort of why is it such a number that's high and why is it not 0.07? And is there a way to force them to lower it? Is there a way to, like, for some, for some other entity or why would they be persuaded to lower it, and can they mandate it?
So taking those in turns, I think the way to force them would be through congressional action. And there is currently a bill to ban PFAS from all food contact materials in Congress, but from the moment it was introduced in both the House and the Senate, it has seen absolutely no action. And so given the fact that a nearly identical bill 2 years ago literally died in committee, I'm not particularly optimistic about that happening, but that would be the only way to really force the FDA to act. As to the why of it, I think it's that original misconception. I attribute it to regulatory inertia, to like institutional inertia, but I think originally the misconception was that those things don't bioaccumulate in the same or biopersist in the same way. And so the FDA has been looking at them on a chemical by chemical basis. For context, a single microwave popcorn bag transfers right about 39 parts per billion of PFAS into your system from one sitting. And so to the FDA's mind, that one isolated exposure is not going to have any health implications. But again, the cumulative exposure, which is what the EPA is looking at in terms of drinking water, adds up. And so I don't, short of advocacy and what we are doing collectively, right, trying to speak about those issues and put the spotlight on those issues and raise awareness, I'm not sure that there is a way to really force them or sway them to do that.
So we're gonna take the question from Professor Sachs. Go ahead and ask your question.
Well, thanks. Okay, Professor Cronin, thanks for your presentation. I have a couple of questions that I think are related, so just sort of bear with me. I certainly understand the feeling of dread associated with cancer, so it's hard for me to sort of see that. But and I do understand that organic materials, like we know benzene is a concern. But we also know that sort of since the Industrial Revolution that we are exposed to sort of many environmental factors, sort of broadly speaking, that could contribute to adverse health effects. We know that for cancer, for example, you have to have at least 3, but probably 4 or more genetic hits. So we're exposed to environmental factors. And I don't really love the word chemical because like water is a chemical, but we're exposed to these substances, but our bodies, and we're exposed sort of all day, every day, and we don't all walk around with cancer from like, age 1 month old. And so, by comparison, like a flight, if you go on a plane, you're exposed to radiation. And maybe that's different than what you're talking about because we shed that radiation within a couple of days. It doesn't stay in us like an organic substance. But we're exposed to the sun and sort of all of these different things that can contribute. And so I'm sort of wondering, and I have a couple of questions, like how would you tease this out from all of our other environmental exposures? And number two, there's of course a dose dependence, which I think you talk about. Of course, we can go out into the sun, but like if you spend all day, every day in the sun, bad things will happen. So there's this dose effect, which I actually think is part of your solution, which is important because you want to study the dose. And I guess I worry a little bit without knowing, and maybe I misread your paper. I think there were like 8 studies, but again, I may have misread your paper on this, like that it sort of seemed like we needed more studies, but sort of the wave of banning to me is a little reminiscent of sort of the GMOs in the sense that like Vermont wanted the labeling, but it wasn't based on the science. So I have a little, I suppose I'm a little caught up in sort of the dose and the level of exposure and how to separate this from other exposures. And so I'd love some, clarification on that. Thanks.
Absolutely. Yeah. All right, so let me take those in order. So I think that you are absolutely, sorry, I'm looking at the screen and I'm probably not looking at you at all. So let me see where the camera is. There we go. Okay, hi. So I think you're absolutely right that we have these inevitable sources of exposure. And honestly, my solution is not going to solve all of our paths of exposure to PFAS alone either, because one of the crises that the EPA is currently trying to tackle is this drinking water contamination that has proven pretty ubiquitous everywhere. And sort of trying to figure out how is it that these forever chemicals can get pulled out of the water and effectively remediated. And so I in no way think that we could solve all of our toxin exposure, but the cumulative effect, even just of PFAS alone, but then the cumulative effect of all of our exposures adds up. And so to me, it is a little bit, it goes back to what you were talking about earlier about the cost benefit analysis on the basis of need and science, right? And so here, in this particular, so my paper very specifically does not argue that PFAS altogether should be banned. Am I a fan of them? No, but I could absolutely understand why they have a place in society. I mean, I cannot imagine, waterproofing a house by doing something that doesn't involve PFAS. But the benefit in food contact materials is pretty minimal given the very ready availability of safe alternatives that don't involve this chemical exposure. And so it seems a little bit senseless to be doing that to people and to be accruing those risks and those costs when there isn't the necessity, when there isn't a tangible benefit that we're occurring. So that's one. The other way to tease it out based on some of the sources of exposure you were talking about, including the sun, is that there is a inevitability versus intentionality factor, right? So if my exposure to 50 different things is going to be inevitable, well, then it makes it all the more pressing that my exposure to the other 20 that are very intentionally in my environment gets limited as much as possible, because again, we're looking at the cumulative effect. And so I think this is a very easy area where short of some of the actual PFAS manufacturers like DuPont, who are going to take some amount of financial hit because a certain arm of their business is going to be impacted, though even that is not going to be too bad. The costs to regulating this specific area are not that significant, whereas the benefit to consumers' health could be potentially huge. And then in terms of GMOs, it's funny because I had that same reaction when I was listening to your presentation. And my question was going to be that in my experience with PFAS, but also different other toxins, and some of the earlier presentations touched upon that, spraying the classrooms of children with pesticides, spraying our crops with PCBs and all of those things. It has been usually an uphill battle to make the regulators take the precautionary principle. And so to shoot a question back at you, I was wondering, how is it that in the area of GMOs, if science is that clear, how is it that the regulators, at least in Europe and China and all over the world, but even to some extent in the US, are willing to regulate that kind of ahead of science, when in all of those contexts, my experience has been that the regulators tend to lag behind science right about 20 years. And so it is always this catch up of, oh, these chemicals end up doing what they're doing for 20 or 30 years in the population before doctors and scientists are catching on to the fact that smoking is bad and PCBs are bad and DDT is bad and whatever else we're using around is actually poisonous and detrimental. And then it takes another 20 years for the FDA or any other regulatory body to actually start acting. And so to me, the GMOs, taking your science as a given, because I don't have any experience with GMOs, but if what you were saying about the science on GMOs is correct, I wouldn't equate it to what we're seeing with PFAS. I would say PFAS is a lot more akin to those pesticides and other established chemicals and lead and all of those other contaminants that we have seen definitively wreak havoc on human health, even at low doses of exposure, and certainly when you account for cumulative exposure.
Do I
This seems
respond?
like a great transition into the panel discussion format, and it is that time. So Professor Sachs can respond, then the gentleman in the second row, I know he has a question for the group. So we'll go, okay. I think we'll, my opinion is let's take from the room as much as there is in the room, and then if there's time for the online, we will.
Well, thanks so much for that explanation, because it really clarified a lot to me. So I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. And I also appreciate your question back at me, because I agree with you. I totally agree with you that usually the law, I think 20 years, I think you're sort of being generous. Often the law is more than 20 years behind the science. It's sort of interesting in the both the US and China have what is considered permissive use of genetically engineered crops. It's only the EU that's really held out. In the US, when the coordinated framework, that's the sort of the FDA, USDA, and EPA, that's called the coordinated framework. When that was first developed, it was 1992. And it didn't take a precautionary principle, but it took a precautionary approach. Let's make sure that as we insert genes into a crop, that we're not raising the level of endogenous toxins. Let's not make sure that we're not raising the levels of endogenous means it's already in the crop. Allergens, there was concern about toxins, allergens, like in potatoes, there's acrylamide, for example. So, you could raise the level of acrylamide, for example. And that was in 1992. And then there was decades of research that showed that doesn't happen. You can weed it out through the commercialization process, just like you would with traditional techniques, because you have the same concern with the traditional mutagenic techniques. And so that's been weeded out. And now the 1992 framework is, 30 years behind. It's 30 years behind. So it actually took sort of a precautionary approach. And then the science was borne out, and it hasn't changed, and it's maintained that approach. So whereas the EU they import all of their animal feed is genetically engineered crops, almost all of their animal feed, but not for humans. And they just haven't followed the science. And there's been a lot of critiques of them. But I agree with you that usually the law lags behind the science, and currently the law lag behind the science.
So I think we have a question here. Please go ahead, and I'll repeat it into the microphone.
Sure. My name is, I guess my question is directed towards Professor Brennan, but I guess anyone. Given that the FDA seems unlikely to act on PFAS regards to PFAS, or just on other issues that we should be doing?
So the question was, just given the reluctance of the regulators to take action on this issue, what can we do as individuals to protect ourselves from these risks?
So I've been trying to figure that out for myself and my family for the better part of a year, and unfortunately don't have a silver bullet to resolve that problem. So there are definitely things we can do in terms of being more discerning with what we eat and what we store our food in. And, you know, I've switched to all glass containers instead of plastic that leaches PFAS, and I don't use paper and all of those things. But those, the problems with those, leaving it up to consumers is several fold. First, the science is pretty complicated. And so looking through things like exposure or like what is PFAS? I've had to Google that so many times this past year, despite being really seeped into the scientific literature, because there are so many of them and they're ever changing. The tweak of one molecule means that yet another one that hasn't been known before shows up on the scene. And so putting that on consumers and relying on consumer engagement to tease out those complexities and figuring out what products contain what is really unfair to begin with. And it's also burdensome. Another problem with the diversity of different PFAS substances is the fact that labs are currently not equipped to test for most of them. And so in the EPA drinking water context, for example, they would tell you, oh, go test your water, and it will tell you whether they have PFAS, but really what labs are testing for is like 3 to 7 chemicals, and they're not able to test for anything else. And so if newer generation PFAS ends up in your water supply, you would never know, and you would still get a not detect. And so it's hard, not just for consumers, but even for businesses that have since pledged trying to move away from products that contain PFAS to really do it on their own. And a larger scale regulatory solution is a lot more effective. Something that has happened, as I mentioned, is about 10 states have passed legislation trying to at least partially ban the use of PFAS in food contact materials, and another 11 are currently under review. And so potentially, if a significant minority of states passes legislation, that could force a faster market change by making it not worthwhile for manufacturers of food contact materials to deal with that, right? So if the US military and European countries, which are also working on a more unified EU response, so currently only Denmark has it completely banned, but the Netherlands, Germany, and a couple of others are working on a EU-wide approach to ban it through the European Union. So if the entire European Union goes that way, and 22 states in the US do that, and the US military does that, it will eventually become cheaper for manufacturers to altogether replace the use of PFAS. And so market solutions are a possibility. It's just that they're longer term solutions by comparison to the FDA literally acting within 3 months and being able to resolve this crisis.
And I think that question can be generalized to a topic that cuts across all 3 panelists' remarks, which is what could we do as consumers? And so I think we have another perspective to share on that.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think there needs to be more education about these topics, because I heard of this from my mom, who watches a lot of these types of shows who cover these issues, but it's not really well known. So for example, like this bottle of water, she's told me do not drink bottles of water, because if they stay like on these transport ship, like trucks, it gets hot in there and the plastic will leach into the water. So it's just stuff like that, you know, just learning more about how these everyday products could potentially cause harm. Just on a side note, though, I didn't know if you knew the backstory to how the military were able to take these chemicals out of their MREs, because I think you mentioned that in your paper. Because if this is so slow moving, you know, at the national level, how did they do it?
So I don't know the full backstory, so I may be wrong, but the military has been heavily involved with trying to remediate the effects of PFAS due to the use of firefighting foams on military installations. So firefighting AFFs, which is aqueous firefighting films, are one of the main environmental contributors of PFAS in drinking water and soil contamination. And so the FAA and the military have been working together for years now to try to both
find alternatives to the use of PFAS in those products, and also to kind of contain the contamination that that has caused. So I think part of it is that Congress in the military context has been a lot more aware of the dangers of PFAS. The last few National Defense Appropriations Act, which is the act that banned the use of PFAS in MREs, have included a lot of provisions for the study of the health implications of those chemicals, for remediation, for education, for tracking the environmental impact, for assisting farmers who happen to have a land near military installations or airport bases. And so I think the awareness of those issues has been a lot higher in the military context, but I don't know if there is anything else that has prompted action on the MRE, because that was one provision of about 11 addressing the use of PFAS within that one specific NDAA a couple of years ago.
Well, are there any questions here from the room? Yeah, go ahead, Tyler.
I have another one, and it can probably be more generalized to both you, Professor Gabriel West and Professor Sachs. And with each of yours, I feel like a large issue is education, because you're in a room of fairly above average educated people, and not a single one of us knew what a towel was. Or with Professor Sachs and the GMO controversies, you have the non-GMO project, a massive 501c3 company that just explicitly goes out and labels products that, like, hey, this doesn't have this completely safe thing. And so I guess with each of yours, where should we take the first step, and especially in rural communities too, of like how to educate the people, their potential economic benefits and options, and to help the community with appellations, and then also to just like better inform them of science and technology in general?
Yeah, that's a really great point and question. I would say it would be the best way to approach it would be a two-pronged approach. I would first just use the buzz around blockchain and DAOs, and also maybe like get Kimball Musk on board somehow. I don't know, just to create energy and attention around this area. And I think just by doing that, it'll draw a lot of attention and further interest, and then it'll lead people to do more research on it. So I think that's a great marketing tool to get more people aware of it. But in addition to that, I think, like what you were saying about co-ops, we could partner with universities and then the Appalachian Regional Commission, to have these kind of educational campaigns and do marketing at that level. So I think a combination of those two approaches would be the best way to get the word out, create excitement about it, and see kind of the potential for just what benefits can be brought out of the use of protecting GIs. So,
can I just ask? Was the question? I didn't hear the beginning. I heard
the question is as to the role of education. So it seems like another theme that cuts across the presentations is consumer education, particularly maybe low income or rural consumers, how to make them aware of these risks and benefits.
Can I also answer that? But I'm happy to go
please.
after
No,
Professor
please go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, that's a good question. I heard the non-GMO project, and sort of in other work that I've done, I've looked a lot at the economic interests of spreading misinformation. For example, I've looked at it a lot in sort of the vaccine hesitancy sphere, but it also exists in the GMO. I mean, GMOs are such a minor part of the genetically engineered technology. But there's a lot of economic interest to scare consumers so that they go a particular direction. And so we see that with vaccines, we see it with GMOs and sort of other things. And I don't know if this is specific to rural, but so my research looks how to intervene how to provide information, which is a form of education, in a way that sort of reduces ambiguity, changes the affect. And other forms of decision making, for example, would be cultural cognition, work by Dan Kahan at Yale. And his work tells us that people sort of identify on this group grid: hierarchy, egalitarianism, individualism, and that the way to reach those communities is to speak to them sort of how they identify. So if you want to reach a community, and maybe I'm wrong about Appalachia, and I apologize because I don't know the community, but you want to speak to the community values and sort of the thing that drives the community, because they're more likely to receive the information, the same facts. It's the way you communicate it. So the facts are the facts, but it's the way you communicate it, and you communicate it in a way that reduces ambiguity, sort of reduces the role of affect, speaks to the community to which the that the culture subscribes to. And so there's a lot of techniques. If you draw from decision-making theories from social science, there's a lot of techniques that can inform us in the legal world about how to provide these interventions and communicate information in a way that people are more likely to receive it. So that's a thought.
This is probably a really difficult time to communicate any information because I feel like it's no matter, even if you do put out truthful facts, I think that's like redundant or something, but basically facts, there's still so much distrust out there, especially right now with misinformation and all that. And so it's just, do you have any kind of strategies to kind of mitigate that risk?
Is that to me?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
That's my next grant application. Maybe we should go in on it together. You and I can collaborate. But so I think one concern is that you don't want to become the problem, right? So like there's marketing that uses like affect, emotion to sort of scare. So I should just say, like, I'm not against organic food. I eat organic food. So I don't want you to think that like I eat organic food. If it tastes good, I eat it. But I'm not scared of it or scared of other food. Like it's not an emotional thing. But there is sort of this marketing component that's like, oh, you have to eat organic because like, you're going to get cancer if you don't. And so you don't want to sort of become part of the problem. Like, oh, you should really only eat genetically engineered crops because don't you care about the world, the climate and food security? And, so you don't want to go in that direction where you're just as manipulative as sort of the way that the misinformation is communicated or the disinformation. But I think some thoughts are for interventions is like, maybe we could educate people, like, look how they're affecting your emotions when they're marketing to you. Like the reason why they're getting to you is because they're using emotion, and this is what emotion means. So you could try to like sort of expose how the misinformation is so is so acute, how it's so effective. Maybe that would work, maybe it wouldn't. But I think you're right. One of the things like in smoking research, I know Professor Cronin raised smoking, like you're right. Because with smoking, everybody was smoking. And then we were like, oh my God, the tobacco industry completely pulled the wool over our eyes. And this is like terrible. And they were exposed, but people still smoke. And so for a variety of reasons, people still smoke. But we do know that there are ads on TV that show people dying and very sick as a result of smoking. And those have been effective. Like this is what happens if you smoke for 30 years. Like you get really sick like me. And so that is affect at work, right? That's fear and dread. Like, I don't want to die a bad death. And it's been very effective. And so I think the question is the intervention, do we, and there's always a concern about manipulation, and I don't want to discount that, but sort of the way that the information is communicated, do we is that the intervention? Is that the intervention to communicate information in a way? Because as you said, truthful facts, and then you sort of laughed at yourself that you had to say truthful facts, is not enough. It's not enough. It's not going to work. And so we need to test the interventions to see if we can figure out ways to communicate people in a way that they can separate the wheat from the chaff.
Yep, all right.
I just had a follow-up for Professor Sachs. I was just curious if your research extends to how much of those decision-making techniques influence regulators as well. Like you were talking about ways to convince consumers, but would the same type of strategies work to change the minds of regulators, or do you think they are more science-driven, or how do you get at that part of the problem or solution, depending on which side?
Well, I know exactly why you're asking me that question, because it totally dovetails on your research. I've actually never thought about that. That's great. You and I should also collaborate and do something. But that's a really great thought. How do it's difficult. You did say, I think you said in your presentation, you should correct me if I'm wrong, there is sort of this agency capture where the agencies are sort of working with and responding to the industry, and that's a problem. And so the question is, how do you sort of intervene and break that cycle? Is there a way to communicate with regulators? There's of course the public comment, but I don't know how much that persuades regulators. But that's actually a really interesting question. So I won't think through it right now. I haven't thought about it, but I think it's a great question and totally worthy of additional thought.
Well, I'd like to get in here with a question of my own that this conversation has inspired. So we've talked about different agencies, so the EPA, the FDA, the USDA, and one that we haven't materially spoken about is the Federal Trade Commission, which regulates advertising and prohibits fraudulent and deceptive claims in advertising. It's on my mind because some of my work is related to that, and the greenwashing that you mentioned is overseen in a quasi-regulatory manner by the FTC through its green guides, which are going to be revised again this year. So I'm thinking, like, what is the role, as we talk about the FTC, in regulating claims in advertising regarding these issues, whether that be geographical origins of products or the health or environmental risks of using them, or the role of third-party certifications that the FTC then oversees in informing the consumer. So I don't know if anyone wants to take that one.
I'm happy to jump in. So I've looked into kind of broadly the role of other agencies such as the FTC or the Consumer Safety Protection Commission. And I think part of the problem goes back to truthful facts, right? Like all of us being able to get on the same page as to what the data says and what the baseline science is half the battle. So the FDA itself has a lot of tools to regulate labeling. So misleading claims, adulterated products. There are 3 or 4 separate provisions within the FDCA that could get at claims of greenwashing, except those greenwashing claims currently are not technically false because we haven't established a baseline for what exposure level is harmful. What are we as a not just the FDA, but the EPA, right? Like trying to synchronize our standards, trying to get the science on the right page. Once you have a baseline, it is much easier for different agencies to actually be able to jump in and regulate, including the FTC. But currently you can't make a claim for false advertising because what is false and what is true is still up for debate. And that is really half the problem of not being able to regulate those effectively.
Can I add on to that?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's a really insightful response. And I would just add on sort of drawing from Professor Cronin's presentation, because she talked about GRAS, generally recognized as safe, which is the sort of the food additive thing. That I think cripples the FTC because the GRAS determination is done by the manufacturer. I'm not as familiar with sort of the statute or provision that you were talking about, but sort of in food generally. And there's, a lot of research suggests like sugar shouldn't be grass anymore, salt shouldn't be grass anymore, because the levels of salt and sugar in food are so much higher than when they were initially determined as grass. But even sort of new additives coming into the marketplace, the manufacturer just does a self-determination of grass. There's no FDA review. There's no petition process, which is the analogy to Professor Cronin. And so the FTC's hands, I think, are tied in that sense, because it's not false or misleading, because the power is given to the manufacturer to self-determine. And then we find out much later that the self-determination was inaccurate. And so, but it wasn't false and misleading at the time, arguably at the time.
So for geographical indications and trademarks, you can definitely, if somebody misuses that mark and says, for example, this cheese is from France when it's really from, I don't know, Belize, then you can definitely bring a couple of different claims. You could, but one of them would be under, the FTC's unfair competition law. So.
Well, so it's 4:30. So what I would suggest is maybe we give the opportunity for each of the panelists to make just a 1 minute of closing remarks before we move to the concluding portion of the event. And I guess we'll just go in the speaker order. So Professor Sachs, would you like to give just a brief wrap up?
Sure. I just want to thank everybody.
Why not?
I don't know what the wrap up is, but I want to thank everybody. And I want to thank obviously our moderator and my fellow panelists for such an interesting and varied discussion. I learned so much from all three of you and also the participants. So thank you so much.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna echo those comments. It was, so great to present with y'all and hear your about your work, and it's, so important. And I would just say that, thank you to everyone who has put on this conference. And I know for my topic in particular, I wanted to reach a broader audience to see how we can support rural communities, and this has just been great.
And you've got the last word.
The story of my life. It has been so inspiring, as I said, to be here with all of you today. And it's just so encouraging to see that while we live in a time where so many problems are plaguing not just our society, but even just something as concrete and specific as our food supply, there are so many people who are engaged and thinking creatively and boldly about the ways we can address those pressing problems. So thank you all for being here.
So join me in thanking our panelists this afternoon. Oh, it was so fun. I have like so many ideas. Yeah. Go ahead. Should we?
Yeah, just give a. Yeah. I don't.
So I just want to thank everybody who participated today. Thank you for coming from afar to share with us your wisdom and your knowledge. It's really, I didn't see the whole thing, but what I did see gives me a lot of hope and a lot of optimism despite some of the problems identified. And we've got so many great people engaged and trying to work together to figure out what the future holds and how to address it. I also want to really say thank you to all of our students who were here today. I hope you got a tremendous amount out of this. And I know you worked tremendously hard in putting it together and making sure that our guest had a great experience today. And I'm proud of you. And these are good skills to have when you go to your law job. Program management is always something that surveys say lawyers want young attorneys to have, and so now you have it. So thank you very much for all you've done. Yeah, and thank you for our professors who were here today and who participated and who helped, and Professor Lambert sponsoring the dinner last night. Again, it just is wonderful to be part of this community, and I am so sorry I couldn't be here all day. I had my other responsibilities kept me. I would have rather been here. Let's just say that much. Okay. So anyway, thank you, and everybody travel safely home. And I hope you can get together, and I hope we see some great collaborative work emerging, even beyond the great work that's going to be published in BETR. Thank you again.
Thank you. Oh.